This point here is going to be the parking lot area that's just south. So the picture we kept looking at, the street view of 110 Tremont Street, it actually is to the right. To signify there's these signs here that are permanent. You can also see the trees over here. Essentially, there's a polling location that's kind of darker discolored here. That's the driveway to the southern parking lot.
You are familiar with the My Chevy app that the Pace family was able to view to show where Jasmine's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the time on this video match the time on the My Chevy app that would have shown her arriving at 110 Tremont on 11/22/22?
Yes, it's consistent with her travel.
Okay. Now let's move on to 11/23/2022. All right, can you pause it, General Moyle? What are we looking at here, Investigator Crawford?
This is a camera within the Walmart, specifically the 500 Signal Mountain Road Walmart that was used earlier.
Do you recall when this surveillance footage was taken?
Yes, the date from which the surveillance was taken was from November 23rd of 2022.
You can play it, General Moyle. There's going to be another video from Walmart. It's the same day, same event, just when Mr. Chen was checking out.
Yes, that's correct.
Those towels look like anything you've seen before.
Yes, they're consistent with the hand towels that we located in the top right hand corner cabinet closet area of Jason Chen's apartment.
What color are Mr. Chen's shoes?
They're white.
Does that appear to be the same hat that Mr. Chen had on when you met him in Nolansville?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall the time of day that this video was captured?
Yes, he was in the Walmart area between 10:46 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.
And did it correlate, this video correlate with the receipt that was previously entered as an exhibit in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please continue to look? Does that phone look familiar?
Yes, it's same clear phone case with the same sticker on the back that's familiar to Boston College, along with the debit card that's consistent with what we located inside of his wallet in Nolansville. And
You can go back. All to the. Did you see a time come up on Mr. Chen's phone that that December 9th day is the date that this video was retrieved, correct?
Correct.
Did you see a time on Mr. Chen's phone?
There is a time associated in this.
And here, in this photo, you can see Mr. Chen's wrist in this photo, correct?
Correct.
And does he have a bracelet on?
He does.
Does it match the bracelet that he had on in his matcha photo that he sent to Jasmine Pace?
It does not.
But that picture those texts were from the same day as this video, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Move on to Walgreens. So this video, there are two sets of videos were collected from Walgreens, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was one earlier in the day
Yes, it was.
and was one later in the day?
Yes, it was.
Is this video footage from earlier in the day or later in the day?
It's going to be the earlier video footage around 39 p.m.
Based on your knowledge, the date and time are correct on those videos as Walgreens testified?
Correct.
Okay. Got to see somebody walk in the door? Your Honor, we can't fast forward through these videos, so we're just gonna wait just a few minutes. All right, Investigator Crawford, I'm gonna post these on the screen behind you. Simply the doors of the dumpster, correct?
That's correct.
This is, State's Exhibit 83-1. State's Exhibit 83-2. What does this depict?
This is a photograph from the interior of the dumpster. This is a photograph from the
And what do you see on
interior
the ground there?
of the dumpster. This is a photograph of the discarded clothing, the pair of shoes I was describing, a sanitary pad, and there's also a pair of what appears to be women's underwear.
State's Exhibit 83-3. What is this?
It's a closer up shot of what we just observed. That also shows the same items, the pants, the shoes, the sanitary pad, and the women's underwear.
And can you point out what discoloration you were referring to on the pants?
That's correct. There's a reddish brown discoloration. Once again,
Okay, briefly.
this green, the reddish color seems to fade out at a time as the normal picture.
Based on your previous
But
interaction
there's a
with
reddish
Mr.
brown
Chen,
stain there.
is there a large amount of stains on those jeans?
Yes.
Who is that person? Do you see Jason Chen? And I can't recall if you actually named the brand. Were you able to determine what brand of shoe that was?
I believe they were vans.
Investigator Crawford, were you present for the autopsy?
Okay,
That was
so then we're gonna go back
performed
to
on this case's
real-time
body.
intelligence.
Yes, I was.
center
Is that
video.
typical of a homicide investigator?
Yes.
And do you remain in the room for a majority of at least the initial autopsy?
Yes, we do.
were you there when the medical examiner began to examine Ms. Pace's body when she did have clothing on?
That's correct.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to take her clothing off so that you could examine her body? Was Ms. Pace, did she appear to be on her menstrual cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she have a sanitary pad on that resembled the sanitary pad in the photo behind you?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're gonna move on. So you searched Mr. Chen's apartment. You've identified Jasmine Pace's blood in the apartment. And would it be fair to say that Jason Chen was a suspect in Jasmine Pace's murder at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you at this point, or maybe you even began before, at what point did you begin to look into Jason Chen as a suspect and as a person of interest?
Originally, he became a potential person of interest at the beginning when I was brought into the investigation, just due to the fact that we had a missing persons under suspicious circumstances. And it is extremely uncommon with my experience as a law enforcement investigator that a significant other not be a part of the process in attempting to locate that missing person. So due to the lack of communication, I believe him to be a person of interest after law enforcement attempted to reach out to him with no callback.
Did you try?
Yes.
So in your investigation of Jason Chen as a suspect, what preliminary information were you able to gather about Mr. Chen?
First, we identified his residence. Obviously, apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street. And we identified a phone number associated with Jason Chen via numerous individuals. We also identified his vehicle being a 2018 Toyota Camry that we're unable to locate. We identified that he was currently enrolled at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga as a student. Identified that his family appeared to be from the Nolensville, Tennessee area. We identified the home address for there as well. We also looked into historical addresses for Jason Chen, to include his residence in Chattanooga prior to his time being a resident at 110 Tremont Street. We also attempted to identify family members and associates of Mr. Chen.
What county is Nolensville in?
Williamson County.
Were you ever able to locate Mr. Chen in Chattanooga?
No.
Do you happen to recall, this is a difficult question, what Mr. Chen's phone number is? If not, that's okay.
Not for me.
Oh, that's okay. What kind of vehicle did Mr. Chen drive?
Gray 2018 Toyota Camry with its Tennessee tag BJF 0062.
Okay. Gray Toyota Camry 2018.
That's correct.
At some point, were you able to access Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she also have Mr. Chen's number saved in her phone?
I don't know if she had it saved in her phone due to her cellular device not being recovered, but we were able to get her phone records from Verizon.
How many investigators with the police department do you estimate that tried to contact Mr. Chen during this week?
I know that 2 investigators attempted to make contact via phone communication. I know that during the hours leading up to before I was notified about the investigation, I believe a patrol supervisor also attempted to contact number for Jason Chen. We also attempted to make contact with other family members and friends in the Chattanooga area before moving on to the west.
At some point, did you become aware that Mr. Chen was most likely in Nolensville?
Yes, that's correct.
And how's that?
On November 28th, we applied for a search warrant for Mr. Chen's phone records to include historical data, and have real-time ping locations to be readily available. Real-time ping locations is essentially a 10 to 15-minute ping where the phone company will ping the phone essentially, and it will provide an estimated location. They would send those records to us every 10 to 15 minutes. We provided in a GPS style lat long coordinates. As soon as we started getting those coordinates, we were notified that his phone device was showing in the Nolensville, Tennessee area.
And at that point, did you have an address for his parents' home?
We did.
So, that the ping information, so once you had access to that from the provider, did you recall who the provider for Mr. Chen's cell phone service was?
It was T-Mobile.
You essentially were able to track him.
Correct. It's only the ping locations at that time. It was the only information that was provided by the phone company, and it's only real time from the point that they send that information. At that point, we didn't have any historical data to potentially track or see his communications or anything like that. We didn't receive those till a later date. So we're attempting to track his location. Sometimes the ping locations don't provide an exact precise location based on the quality of the phone reception. So sometimes the ping locations were a larger area and essentially give a neighborhood location or within city limits. But at some points they were pretty precise and showed locations consistent being that his parents' address.
Okay. Was a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' home applied for?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it issued?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you present when that search warrant was executed on his parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee?
Yes, that is correct.
How many people from the Chattanooga Police Department went with you?
We had 4 people from the homicide division, being myself, Detective Seach, Detective Gerald Slaughter, and one of our homicide supervisors, Sergeant Miller. I also contacted crime team unit to have a part of their team also respond for assistance with documentation and scene collecting evidence. We had them respond to the scene based on conversations with Nolensville PD and their capabilities of crime team in terms of how they can collect evidence. They felt more suited that our Chattanooga Police Department crime unit would be more suited to handle this.
When you arrived at the home, who answered the door?
The parents of Jason Chen were the first people to answer the door.
What'd you tell them?
I advised them that I had a search warrant for the residence. I requested that they exit the residence and also requested if any other parties were inside the residence.
Was Jason Chen at the residence?
He was.
When did you first make contact with him in terms of see his actual person?
After speaking with
All right.
Jason's parents about the search warrant, and asked them to request to leave the residence or to step out of the residence so we could execute the search warrant. Jason's father, actually Jason, I observed him exit the door on the second level of the home. It was a 2-story residence. It's a 2-story residence. If you enter, there's a staircase to the right, and there's like a cross balcony, which allows you to see access to the road. I observed that room door open, and I observed Jason Chen exit that room before walking downstairs and reading the instructions.
Well, let me ask you this way, because that's actually the person. Was he traveling in the correct direction to get to subject? I'm gonna have you turn around. Investigator Crawford, this is a Google Maps. Typed into the search bar. Do you recognize this location?
Yes, I do.
And what is the what is the address? Do you recall what the address is? We'll go back.
1943 Ashburn Court, Nolensville, Tennessee.
Okay, so there we are. What is this? Sorry.
That's Jason Chen's parent residence.
This is the residence that you showed up to at the front door with that search warrant that you were just See discussing. somebody standing in
That's
line on
correct.
that bottom right screen. So the first walk video was around what time?
1:35 p.m.
And this one at 7:03, so we're 5.5 hours separated. Is that correct? Okay, chronologically. So what date does that video say? Mr. Crawford?
November 23rd, 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry, defense counsel reviewing the photos I was about to show, Mr. Crawford, I'm sorry, Judge, should make that clear. You have the video from Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford, I'm gonna show you a handful of photos. Can you tell me anything about the driver that we
Yes. Mr. Lighthizer,
All right, and that vehicle was leaving Mr. Chen's apartment complex. 31. Correct. Okay, now we are going to Mount Creek Road video. You'll recall you first got. You will flip through those photos for me. Is this video from on Mount Creek Road? Did you visit those apartments during the course of your investigation? Okay. Have you seen this video? Now, do you recall Scott Miller testifying that this time is also accurate? That white SUV, Mr. Crawford, was that SUV going in the direction of where Jasmine Pace vehicle was located in the Mount Creek apartment building? Judge Crawford, do you recognize, the contents of these photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately represent both 1943 Ashburn Court on the night that the search warrant was executed and also, the way that Mr. Chen appeared when you made contact with him and when he was first spoken to by police?
Yes, that's correct.
And I apologize, let me number these real quick. What would the next exhibit number be?
Starting at 84.
Would you like for these to be numbered individually or dashes? 84, 85, 86?
Just large amount, just go like a second. 84 through 114.
Keep watching. Investigator Crawford, while I'm numbering these, did Mr. Chen make any statements to you when he was first contacted?
You had questions for me?
Questions about the search warrant?
The first contact was made with the parents, explained to me a search warrant for the residents. Once Jason Chen was down there, I also advised him the exact same thing. I advised him we had a search warrant for the residents. I also advised him that he was going to be detained and taken to the Nolensville Police Department. Where we had a search warrant for his person with a collection of evidence such as DNA, fingerprints, photographs, and other things that were on the search warrant. At which point, Jason asked if we had any more warrants, which then I advised him we would talk to him further at the Nolensville Police Department.
Can you describe for the jury what Mr. Jason Chen's demeanor was?
More defensive.
Would you describe him as calm?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time that he wanted to tell you what happened? Did he tell you at that time that he wanted to?
Where, in comparison to where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located, where would the other entrance have been?
Essentially, you have an entrance on this side, and then in between, this is the rental office, and back this direction is going to be all the apartment complexes themselves. Back this direction to the left-hand side of the video is going to be the rear part of the apartment complex. If you were to continue to follow.
What, if anything, did Mr. Jason Chen tell you that night?
He made another statement that he asked if we had spoken to his lawyer yet.
And other than that, did he say anything else?
No, we attempted to identify and try to make contact with the lawyer. At this point in time, it was approximately 2 a.m., knowing that it became difficult to potentially get an attorney on the phone at that time, and also potentially respond to Nolensville, Tennessee. Was difficult. We attempted, Daryl Slaughter attempted to speak with him at the Nolensville Police Department after he was processed for evidence.
Objection.
We're going to run double speed off. Let's rewind that in normal speed. Okay, regular speed here and just get across it.
What appears to be on that individual's head?
you can see what appears to be a light colored hoodie, some sort of older color.
Back up one moment.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
And the next two, which
Investigator Crawford, let's begin to go through the photos that you just reviewed that have been placed into evidence. I'll have you turn around to the screen. What does this photo depict?
This is a photograph, me on the left-hand side, other officers on the right-hand side. You can see just inside the doorway is Jason Chen's father. And you can see Jason Chen to the left.
With a hat on.
That's correct.
That's State's Exhibit 84. State's Exhibit 85. Again, what do we see in this photo?
Once again, it's a photograph of the doorway area. It's Jason Chen's father on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side of the picture walking away is Jason Chen.
And were separate photos of Mr. Chen taken once he was transported to the Nolensville Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 86, is this one of those photos?
Yes, that is correct.
And are the photos taken exactly as he came out of the house that night?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 87, for the record, can you read what that hat says?
The hat says anything goes.
In the course of your investigation, did you see this hat any other times and
Yes, I
places?
did.
State's Exhibit 88, side profile of Mr. Chen.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 89, of course, a close-up of anything goes hat.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you testified that Mr. Chen walked out of a room when you first saw him in the home. What kind of room was that?
There's a bedroom that had a small piece of furniture to include a desk and bed.
Did you subsequently assist in searching that room?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 90. Is this a photo of that bedroom?
That's correct. It's a photograph taken once you enter the room, so the left-hand side of the room.
Did you happen to open up that red box?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 91 will be the photo being shown currently. What is that?
It's a cell phone.
In what appears to be some kind of jewelry box, is that correct?
Correct. The red box is a wood box with jewelry and other items that are stuffed in there. You see on the bottom half of the wood box, the black top half of a iPhone cell phone.
And it's State's Exhibit 92, a closer up of that cell phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Does the cell phone have a case on it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that other item attached to the phone?
It's a ID/credit card holder. There's one of those stick-on ones you can put on the back of a cell phone.
Did you ever see this piece of evidence again throughout your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did the Chattanooga Police Department collect this cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Is this at eventually, we'll get there, but is this the phone that a forensic download was completed on the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
States Exhibit 93. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
It's a separate angle of the same room. We've seen photographs of. The first one shows the bedded area, include the small shelving area with the jewelry box on top. This is an angle that picks up the back corner of the left-hand side of the room. But you can see the door and the chair which leads to the desk.
States Exhibit 94, is that a photo of the desk?
That's correct.
And there are, what kind of items on the desk?
There is handwritten notes. There's a binder. There are glasses, Jason Chen's wallet, and a laptop computer.
Were those glasses collected that day, do you recall?
I do not recall another photograph.
States Exhibit 95, were these note cards collected from the desk?
Yes, that's correct.
At that point, I just had a basic understanding.
And from November 22nd.
States Exhibit 96, again, this is a close-up showing again the glasses.
Yes, that's correct.
I do not remember this one.
When did you?
This is even more of a close-up, closer to the glasses, and then you can see that there's a notebook there with what appears to be writing on it.
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that black object behind that notebook?
It's a wall.
Was the wallet collected
Yes, that's correct.
in the notebook?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of the
Your Honor, may I have the deputies put off the screen light?
prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Who was the first?
Investigator Cropper, were you able to review these note cards?
Yes, that's correct.
And are they going?
I'm gonna give you it's States Exhibit 98, I'll give you the actual copy for whatever one is easiest to read. Here. Do you see this note up here that says Crawford?
Yes, that's correct.
That's your last name, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And 423-443-0667, what is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right, and then let's go down here.
They weren't the same vehicles.
Can you please read that out loud to the jury?
Saturday, starting from the top down. Saturday, November 19th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time she called. She has been spoke about word, long history of running away from her parents, comma, ran away to Canada, comma, has a restraining order against her ex.
And can you read this scribble here?
Starting from the top,
Yes.
says she has a long history of running away from her parents. And then bottom says great.
And then this note here,
Starting from the top down, it says talk to the 26th. And it says,
sorry, say,
it says at the bottom half, it says missing.
on that note part right there.
Correct.
This is a close-up, States Exhibit 99 of other notes, correct?
That's correct.
Do these numbers mean anything to you?
Not right now.
And that you where it says approach them, and then it looks like there's a note with some ring finger sizes.
Yes, that's correct.
So an officer Pierre responds.
Just a close-up of some of the things that you just read, correct?
Correct.
And it would have triggered to turn on something. And that would have been uploaded to evidence.
Can you, by any chance, I don't know if you'll be able to see if you can read this closer up, that purple note card?
Yes.
What does it say?
If law enforcement contacts other family members what to do. They
That was state's exhibit. I'm sorry, did you say something else?
I corrected myself. It says, what do they do?
Okay, state's exhibit 100. This is a close-up of the State's Exhibit 101 of what you had previously read, correct?
That's correct.
Close-up of what you previously read, State's Exhibit 102, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
This is another note here.
Correct.
Okay, can you start with the top note and go ahead and read that?
Yes, this note at the top, I read the first part of that note in one of the previous pictures. The top note says, talk to her mom on 26th. And it says at the bottom of that note, missing person yesterday.
And then let's go ahead and start reading the bottom note as best you can with the jumbled words.
The top down states November 19th, last time I saw her.
Video footage.
Scribbled out, it appears to be Jules. So she would call me once a day, is above, across out every day.
November 27th.
Last time was on the November 22nd on phone. I believe it says TUS, T-U-E-S. Scribbled right on.
State's Exhibit 104, this was the notebook that was sitting underneath the glasses, is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's go ahead and read this, so let's more clear here.
Top down, states Friday, November 18th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time we talked. She has a huge history of running away from her home in her teenage years. Mom was an alcoholic, ran away to Canada for several years and was homeless. Her dad left when she was a kid as a restraining order against her ex. The next bulletin says she was recently online Facebook. And the bottom says next weekend.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 105, is this an open photo, a photo of the opened wallet that was on that desk?
Yes, it is.
And what was inside?
Inside of the wallet, the crime unit took out the two Tennessee state identification cards. Show that those items were found inside of that wallet to show you also Tennessee identity, possessor of that wallet. Further inside of that wallet, miscellaneous credit and debit cards were found in there along with health insurance.
Were these two of the cards that were found inside that wallet?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the last four digits on that Regions Bank card?
4189
And the expiration date
05/26.
and the name?
Jason Chen.
Were there other bedrooms in the home that law enforcement went through?
Correct. We went through the entirety.
Okay. Was there a bedroom upstairs with a bed that had sort of striped sheets on it?
That's
Do you
correct.
recall?
There were multiple bedrooms upstairs. I have seen pictures.
This one of the bedrooms that was upstairs?
No, it's not.
Where was this bedroom?
That bedroom was located actually directly below the first bedroom we saw photographs of. I described going into the residence, going up the stairwell, coming back over a catwalk style balcony. To this side of the house, the left-hand side of the house.
One officer.
So the first room we looked at would be the top left. This room would be directly under it in the bottom left. So if you were to enter going to the living room area, the far left corner of the residence, we're looking into this bedroom.
And is that the bedroom in the photo behind you?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 106. What is that black object on the bed?
It's a North Face backpack.
One officer described.
State's Exhibit 107, is that a closer up of that backpack?
Yes, that is correct.
We're inside the residence.
Again, 108,
Left the residence.
different angle with the North Face logo that you can see.
Correct. After it's photographed, and once the search began, they now put the backpack with the documents the other side of the backpack.
Were you able to identify whose backpack that is?
At the time when I observed the backpack in that room, I observed it to be consistent with a backpack Jason Chen was seen with in the days after the homicide and before. And contents within the backpack indicative of Jason Chen being discussed with that backpack.
Was that backpack collected by the police department?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what kind of items were in that backpack?
There's all sorts of miscellaneous items that one would find in a backpack, specifically potentially someone that was, had left the residence. There was multiple
One
items.
is inside the bathroom area and one's
Included umbrella, eyeglass case. There was a lot of different items.
inside.
Did you observe an eyeglasses case in the backpack?
Yes, there was a black eyeglass case. In the back.
On the
What was inside the eyeglass case?
Miscellaneous items, it's also included a Verizon SIM card.
Were you able to locate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, we were.
Where was it?
It was parked within the garage of that residence. In our garage.
The doors were closed.
Yes, it was.
Were there vehicles in the driveway?
Yes, there were.
How many?
There were two.
It's exhibit 112. What is the jury looking at here?
This is a photograph of from the doorway, from the interior of the residence, looking back in the garage. You can see the 2018 Toyota Camry. I described it as a single car garage. There are two doors. It appears that they use half of the garage storage. So there's room for another car to be in there. So you'll see that the car parked in there. It's very tight quarters based on the amount of items that are in the garage. It's hard to move around and get around.
Were you able to verify based on the license tag that this vehicle was the vehicle registered to Jason Chen?
The Tennessee license plate and
And the VIN number, you said?
yes, that's correct.
Just a closer up of Mr. Chen's gray Toyota Camry.
Yes, that's correct.
And then lastly here, Mr. Chen's license plate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did law enforcement confiscate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
We did, I collected that at that time.
Was it taken to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, it was during an execution search warrant. That vehicle was then taken by tow and taken back to Chattanooga Police Department for further processing methods.
Were you able to enter that vehicle at any point in time?
Yes, we applied for a search warrant for the search and processing of that vehicle, which point was granted. After this warrant was granted, signed off, then we executed the search warrant and processing that vehicle.
Did Mr. Chen's car smell like marijuana?
No.
So if we're going chronologically, this search warrant was executed. Chronologically in the investigation, what major event happened next?
The search warrant's executed. Mr. Chen is transported to the Millersville Police Department. Subsequently, after he was transported, we concluded the search warrant at 1943 Ashburn Court to include collecting evidence and taking possession of the 2018 Toyota Camry. Subsequently towed back to the Chattanooga Police Department, followed by law enforcement investigators. After that was towed back, Mr. Chen was transported to the Williamson County Jail. We subsequently drove back to the Chattanooga Police Department, where then Mr. Chen was only placed under an NCIC hold, investigative hold at that point. When we came back, I applied for a arrest warrant through the Hamilton County Magistrate's Office, which one we signed off for at the time for criminal homicide.
And at this point in time, did anybody know where Jasmine was?
No.
Were investigators and other law enforcement officers at Chattanooga Police Department actively looking for her in this case?
We did stop until
What day was that arrest warrant issued?
the arrest warrant was issued on November 30th.
And do you recall what day it was that Jasmine's body was located on the side of the Tennessee River off of Sutt Creek Road?
On December 1st.
I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but were you notified when Jasmine's body was located?
Yes, that's fine.
Did you report to that area where the suitcase had been found?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subsequently, did the medical examiner also arrive at that scene off of Sutt Creek Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it after that that you also went to the medical examiner's office for the autopsy?
That is correct.
Was the first notification that I was notified that the Pace family was arriving at Chattanooga.
Can you explain the difference for the jury between a forensic download of a cell phone versus obtaining cell phone records via search warrant? Can you explain the difference?
So you'll hear it during this trial that there's potentially evidence get brought forward. There is a forensic download of the cell phone. What that actually is actually having a device, at which point the programming system after a cell phone is applied for consent is given to the phone. Essentially, one of our electronic evidence unit investigators will then utilize a set of programs to essentially crack into the phone if it has passcode. If it has passcode, sometimes we have the ability based on programming to bypass that passcode. Once they're allowed to inside the phone based on the program, then essentially almost all contents from the phone is forensically extracted from that device. So the things that are going to show up in phone records are going to be the apps associated with that device. Certain things like iMessages that are communicated differently, communicated over Wi-Fi signal will be different than your phone record because of how they're electronically communicated to the device. So inside that device, you'll also have your photographs that you've taken on your device, videos, you'll have internet search history, and some apps also allow for extraction of data, where other apps do not. So sometimes you may get Facebook messages. The way that it communicates on your phone and your store, you'll actually get those communications via Facebook, but you don't get to see everything that happens in Facebook and how the extraction occurs. It doesn't show you their activity, their search history in terms of those apps. With the phone records themselves, the forensic download of the phone comes from the phone itself. Without the phone, we cannot do the forensic extraction from that actual device. So the other way to get potential records for someone, so the records, is to go through the phone provider. So either consent, subpoena, or search warrant applied for. We provide those things to phone providers, which then we get reports back from phone providers on whatever new request is from them. Those reports typically will have the subscriber information that shows who that device is potentially registered to or that account is registered to. It will have cell phone records to include their call data reports or CDR reports. It will show you generally the phone number associated with the device, who it called, when it called. It also has different types of location data, and they're called different things based on the phone provided themselves. They just have different classifications on how they report the data. So they will provide essentially, I hate to say GPS style coordinates because that's not the way that they really are, how they're trying to do it. But they will provide location data if it's available. They will provide call records, such as call logs. They will provide SMS or MMS text message data showing when text messages occurred. And sometimes, not frequently, we will get content. Sometimes certain phone providers will do a very minimal, typically less than a week, or about a week of the actual content that's transmitted. So we'll actually have content of what was text message. But typically we don't get that content. The content we get from the actual text messages would be from the actual device itself. From the forensic reports, how we did that, from the phone reports from the company, all we can tell is that call was made, where the text message was placed, who it was to, who it was from, if it was completed, how long the call was, and where that device was located when the things were happening.
On the forensic download, where you actually need the physical phone, are you able to tell what has been deleted?
Part of the process of the program itself, it does have the ability to potentially to re-extract items that were deleted. It will identify the majority of items were deleted. But depending on how that deletion of that phone occurred, we don't have any idea if items were deleted prior, other than having something else to alter something that can change to that time. So a lot of times it's something that's deleted, like a photograph, or potentially a text conversation or a call log. We are not able to protect those devices.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Mr. Chen's cell phone records from him?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's
And that
correct.
provider was who?
Jasmine Pace's provider was Verizon.
And did the Chattanooga Police Department do a forensic download on Mr. Chen's cell phone?
We did.
Which cell phone, based on the photos the jury has seen today, was that?
It was the cellular device that was located in the red order box within that upper room at 1943 Ashburn Court, the clear case in the back nine, which was for Boston College.
Do you have experience in reviewing a forensic download?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
Depending on how long someone's had a device or how active they are in the device, the report can be very extensive, or they can be minimal, depending on their activity. If you have someone that's had the phone maybe a week, that doesn't communicate a lot, doesn't take photographs, doesn't do those things, it's very quick extraction. There's not a lot of data that comes back because there's not a lot of activity on it. If you find a device that's been in possession for a couple of years, it can potentially store thousands and thousands of pages of documentation to include photographs, timelines, associated apps, and call logs, text messages, all sorts of things. So they will be extracted and put into this forensic report, where then we're able to review it, because obviously it comes in raw form with raw data. I'm a computer expert in terms of reviewing raw data, but we can back to the report where this will review this forensic extraction reports and review the contents of that file.
Is there a name for the software that's used to review those extraction reports?
There are different names. There's Celebrite as one, and Axiom is another one.
Does the Chattanooga Police Department utilize Celebrite?
Yes, that is, Celebrite is actually the forensic tool, one of the forensic tools that is utilized to forensically extract that information from the files.
Do you have much experience with Celebrite?
Yes,
Approximately how many times would you say that you have performed forensic downloads and reviewed those downloads of cellular devices?
I've requested many, I don't know a number in terms of how many search warrants were applied for, consents were given for cellular devices where forensic downloads were submitted to our electronic evidence unit and included those downloads. I've not only reviewed evidence in terms of my own cases, but other people's cases as well, within the homicide unit and other investigative units upon request.
Okay. And were you able to review the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
No, just throughout the investigation, Phone records have been
You
correlated.
know, I think the court was making sure those, that last batch of photos
So I
was.
made it on the high
Yes,
probability that.
Your Honor, I did not absolutely.
Subsequently, we're able to track it on the same one location. This specific case, we not see any vehicles, but it's on track. That's what I was missing.
To go back through the RC cameras to see if his car was located on the 22nd or the 23rd.
I did not see it.
And enter the apartment from Fremont at all on any video.
I could not, 100% identify anyone.
So you're speculating that he was there, possibly hours before you search, right?
Saying his cell phone was in the area. You have a party.
But nothing that actually shows that, right?
Besides the cell phone records.
Which doesn't indicate that he's actually within Fremont, correct?
No, it just puts him in jail.
So I'll have you look up right.
There are multiple audience.
What are
Put this together for you.
Starting
Investigator, I'm gonna approach you.
from the right, there appears to be a bottle.
Handful of photos. This one
Appears to be a.
goes together.
Solid ice.
That's your separate. If you could review those.
Yeah, THC, HHC, any type of leaf product. Appears to be some lotion, 2 glass containers. It's further in, kind of gets jumbled in. There's a box of Band-Aids, computer monitor, and speaker.
And the bomb
Regina's
that you're
counselor.
talking about, the glass device that says boss on it.
Yeah, this object. I did not observe, I didn't have any smell, I don't believe I observed shake. I don't recall any other signs of marijuana in my report.
I'm going to take you to State's Exhibit 83.3. You indicated here that these items were located at the dumpster outside of Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items actually recovered by CPD, placed in the property?
Pretty much flown by. It's 5 to 11. I usually like taking a mid-morning break. I think we're going to go about another 30 minutes of this next line of questioning. Would you prefer a break now, or you want to wait for another 30 minutes? We can need a break now. Okay, one. Okay, that's enough. All right. So we'll go take a break now. It's 5 minutes to 11. I'll be back here at 5 minutes after.
No, it's not direct.
Who actually retrieved the items from outside the dumpster? Was it you?
It would be, Investigator Johnson with the crimes unit was the one that documented, and Investigator Brown was there. At that point, whenever I notified them of those objects, and they responded to then do the collection and murder. I was there for the photographs, I was not there for the collection, I was seeing it would be Investigator Johnson.
We're gonna go back into the apartment. What is the search term allow for you to get off at this town? Thank you. When you were executing the search warrant, what? did the
Hello
search
again.
warrant
We are
allow?
here in the News Channel 9 Stream Center where we just wrapped up testimony from, just adjusting my screen there if you can forgive me. There we go.
We're on a mid-morning court break from the Jason Chen trial, day 2. We want to wrap up a little bit of what we've heard so far. We've heard from one of the investigators, who is Zach Crawford. You see him there. He's a CPD investigator that we heard a lot from yesterday, and the prosecution continued their questioning of him this morning. He is the lead homicide detective on the Jason Chen trial and the murder case of Jasmine Pace here. So let's go through a little bit of what we heard from him today and what we learned. So you're going to continue to see the live camera there at the bottom just as we monitor court before they come back again. But let's walk through what we know so far. So they talked a lot about finding Jason Chen at his parents' house in Nolensville and how they were able to do that. The prosecution says is they were able to ping his cell phone location after they got a search warrant, after they went into his apartment and found some concerning things. So they got a search warrant on his cell phone and were able to use those pings to find him at his parents' Nolensville address. So here you see a picture of when police first went to the door at his parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee, which is in Middle Tennessee. They said that his father yelled for Jason to come to the door, and he did. That's what you see there. And then they were asked to leave the house while they searched the home. Jason Chen was taken to the Nolensville Police Department. And I have some notes here about what he said. Let's go back to those. So Jason asked investigators if they had any warrants for him. The investigator told him they would talk to him further at the police department. That investigator was asked, can you describe for the jury what Mr. Chen's demeanor was? And the investigator said defensive. The DA then said, would you describe him as calm? And the investigator said yes. And then Jason Chen asked if the police had spoken to his attorney yet. So that's the first time that they came into contact with Jason Chen after they found some of that evidence in his apartment back in Chattanooga. So the next thing we're going to look out here is some of the things that they found in his parents' Nolensville home. This is a backpack that they say they found that Jason Chen had. Inside that backpack was an eyeglasses case. We heard about this eyeglasses case for the first time during opening statements. The prosecution said inside that eyeglass case was a Verizon SIM card that belonged to Jasmine Pace's phone. They say that the actual phone was never found, but the SIM card was discovered inside this backpack that they found in Jason Chen's parents' home. Now, let me see if I can change this view so that we can see this a little, there we go, so that we can see this a little bit better. And we'll take this banner down so that we can read it. Okay. The next thing they talked about were some handwritten notes that they discovered in Jason Chen's room at his parents' home. Now, there were several notes here. This is a good shot of one that's zoomed in. Several of the notes talked about Jason Chen's interactions with Jasmine Pace. This note there says, Saturday, November 19th, the last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, the last time she called. She has a long history of running away from her parents, ran away to Canada, has a restraining order against her ex. So again, this is Jason Chen's handwriting, the prosecution claims. Notes found inside his bedroom about his interactions with Jasmine Pace. Okay, here is his cell phone that they found at his parents' home. And this cell phone is about to become even more important, they said, because they were able later to go through and get a search warrant for what was on that phone. And we're about to hear, it sounds like from how they're going with the testimony here. It sounds like we're about to hear more about what was found on that cell phone as far as different, maybe different messages. One thing that we did hear about was the text messages that the defense says that Jasmine Pace saw come through his phone that made him so angry. Of course, this is the prosecution's case, so we don't know how or if they will handle that there, but that's one thing that we could possibly be looking out for there. So that's his cell phone that was found at his parents' Nolensville address. Again, all of this coming from this investigator here. That is investigator Zach Crawford. He is a CPD lead homicide investigator, and he was the person that got involved when this became a murder case and walking us through evidence that was found in different places throughout the trial. Okay, a couple other things to show you here. This is that bedroom from Jason Chen's parents' home in Nolensville, and that was where they found several of the items, including the handwritten notes there. And then we do have here, if we can go back just a little bit. Okay, so these are some of the things found that we're kind of wrapping up here. The eyeglass case with the SIM card, the handwritten notes about Jasmine, a cell phone, and a backpack. All of the evidence found in Jason Chen's parents' home in Nolensville. Now, one thing that we're learning from our crew in the courtroom is that when Jason Chen's parents' home, they showed a picture of it in court. When that came up, Jason Chen's mother, who was in the courtroom, became visibly upset, had to be handed a tissue by a bailiff, seeing her home there on the screen. We know yesterday in the afternoon, the judge separated the two families. They had the Chen family and supporters sit on one side of the courtroom, the Pace family and friends sit on the other side of the courtroom. The judge asked them to do that. We haven't heard this morning them do something similar, but probable idea that they were asked to continue doing that so that the two families aren't sitting together. Again, a hard time for both of those families. I do want to show you something that we have available on our News Channel 9 YouTube page. Some of you may be watching on our News Channel 9 YouTube page live right now, our live coverage of the testimony, but we've got several different things that you can watch here. So if you missed yesterday, and the testimony that we saw there, if you go to our News Channel 9 YouTube page here, you can see all of the different things that we've added here. So we have a walk through the crime scene. This is the investigator walking the district attorney through the crime scene, and the blood splatter that he said was some of the most that he's seen in his homicide career when they used that blue light technology there. This is a recap from Meg Doyle of what the jurors heard, some of the biggest testimony. Here is Jasmine's mother, Katrina, walking through her part of her testimony. She was the state's first witness yesterday. And then a great way to kind of see where this is going to go from both the defense and the prosecution are the opening statements. We have those full videos as well on our News Channel 9 YouTube page. We're about an hour away from News Channel 9 midday. If you want to tune in there and get a wrap up of the coverage so far, you can do that as well. We are going to take a quick break here. We're still monitoring court, and when they come back in just a few minutes, we'll take you back there. Thanks so much for joining us here in the News Channel 9 Stream Center.
Now, did you receive text messages for Jason?
We received the call record detail with text message logs.
And the text message logs would include any individual that he had been texting, correct?
That were texting via certain services. I can't say any because with iMessages, You have the ability to communicate via Wi-Fi, and it's not recorded through your network. So whatever was based on his cellular provider's records, so using their towers for their service, would allow those text messages to be transmitted, because there's ways that you could essentially text via iMessage over Wi-Fi that you don't need your cell phone.
Did you receive messages that showed that Jason and Jasmine have had a number of conversations?
I did observe different things that they had conversations.
In the records that you got from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes, T-Mobile did indicate they had conversations.
Do you recall approximately how long those conversations have been going on?
From his phone
Periods
records,
of time, yes.
his phone records were only for about a week time frame, so I believe it goes back just a few days prior to her disappearance.
One moment. With, which of the investigators with CPD requested the records from T-Mobile?
Detective Oakley and the homicide unit actually submitted the search warrant for Jason Chen records from T-Mobile.
And is he still with the homicide unit within CPD?
Yes, he is.
I'm gonna go through back to you. You went back through in January of 2023, correct, for your second walkthrough?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of that? Just because the lighting was different?
I had beliefs at the time, different circumstances around the investigation, that we hadn't had potential further testing done on certain things. I was still attempting to get into other technologically related stuff in video footage. I had a belief based on the photographs we were originally taking, that there was a potential chance that furniture had been moved prior to my arrival at the apartment to the execution of the search warrant. I wanted to go back to see if this is confirmed, and also wanted to see if potentially, knowing that a lot of times when a crime like this has been committed at a location, for them to have the potential ability to rent that apartment out again, they'll do a complete renovation, which I know that sometimes, ripping up hardwood floors or breaking up drywall, they could potentially deliver further evidence when somebody's showing a pattern of attempting to cover up evidence. I thought there may be chances that further evidence may have been covered up.
And when you went back in January, were there individuals from CSU or crime scene there with you?
Yes.
How many individuals were there with you when you went back?
To
Now, I know earlier you mentioned that Blue Star was done and the Castlemeyer testing was done originally in November, correct? Are you aware if there was any additional testing that was done in January?
such as Blue Star or Cashmire.
Yes, or like the crystal violet, the liquid crystal violet, any of the additional testing done then?
No, most of the flooring was already started to be taken up. Things had already been started to remove. So we took the larger items which showed evidence of potential blood.
Now, in November, are the only testings that you're aware of being conducted by someone on your team, being either the Blue Star or the
Your Honor, we,
Spillover.
Investigator Crawford had just looked through these, and we took the break, so I might ask him to recognize them more about it.
Is it easy for you to keep like a
There was no further,
15,
anything.
well, easy, that's the one, a large exhibit to get collected.
Testing.
Okay,
So keep the number in there. Like 1, 2, 4, you with it, it's almost separate.
I understand, so I did already, during our break, I numbered these, they would be exhibits 115 to 123. There's a collected in it that I did do 161, 162, 163. So I agree that it's confusing when it's like,
It's too big. and it's-
you can't even, yeah, that's, but I did number these,
What was the last one?
123.
Where,
Present the entire time, and the issue with it.
there were times that was. I can't say that I watched the.
Now, a few months ago, when we were talking about the blue star testing, you had mentioned footprints. And it was blank. Where was that footprint? Was that the only footprint that you observed in the blue star testing?
In the blue star testing, I believe that one section, after it was, blue star testing was conducted after swabs were taken, of the suspected blood, we typically will take swabs of those things first for the proper collection, prior to testing being done, for the chance of dilution, or anything else. So we documented, photographed, we collected, we search warrant began in 23.
So Investigator Crawford, remind us where we're at. I had just shown you photos, after I'd asked you a question about the descendant cell phone download. Do you recognize these photos? Are these photos that were taken, well, let me ask you this. Let's go individually.
Based on,
Do you recognize what's in this photo? What is that?
It's a picture of the back of the cell phone device collected from the United States Jasmine Pace was identified as Jason Chen.
And was this a photo that was taken when it was in the possession of Chattanooga Police Department before download?
Yes, that's correct.
Asked if that being stated to
That created that footprint on the ground, would have been wearing socks of some sort. And then there was another.
These records,
Which was harder to tell. based
there
on
are approximately 11 pages. What are those?
A excerpt from the call history log, typically the timeline area of the bringing someone distraction from where they're Jason Chen's cellular device.
Does this reflect the calls that he was making, receiving, and this?
Correct. It's a call log. It will show, the date and time, that a recorded call occurred. It'll show the duration of the call, whether it's incoming or outgoing. It'll show, potentially what type of communication it was. It'll show, recorded numbers, between the calling number, or the number that was called, or that was calling in. And in the device, if the number was identified via contact, it will have a generated name associated with it as well.
Recognize that this record is taken from Mr. Chen's cell phone download.
That is correct.
Your Honor, ask that this be stated to be 116-1 through 116-11. And the rest of these photos, in vague terms, can you tell the jury what the rest of the photos
Statement about doing what you have to, specifically confirming.
This photograph is a photograph that was recovered off the cellular device in question we were talking about. It depicts that one.
Let's not, the jury will see it, just in vague terms, are those photographs from Jason's phone and, coordinating data.
Correct. They are phones recovered from the device along with the extraction data as well.
Photos that came from the device.
That is correct.
Your Honor, as these be admitted, it would be 17, 18, 117, 118, 119, 120, 21, 22, and 23. So, behind you, this you testified, 115, this is the cellular device that was retrieved from that red box in the bedroom at Jason Chen's parents' home.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what you performed the cell phone download on.
That's cell phone downloads.
I'm gonna show you exhibit 116-8. Is this a page of the call logs from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree, begins down here on this page, on 11/19/2022,
Yes, that is correct.
and goes up on this page, 11/24/2022 at 6:42 PM?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you be able to tell us based on looking at this, if anything has been deleted or not?
No, they're not paid one.
Do you recognize any phone numbers of significance on this, call history?
Yes,
And which phone number is that?
at the two up from the bottom, there is the phone number 423-664-2024. That is going to be the victim's cellular phone number.
423-664-2024 is Jasmine Pace's phone number.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you see the last call that Jasmine and Jason had?
Yes, it would be on November 22nd, 2022 at 11:56.
And that would be 11:56 a.m. is that what you
Yes,
said?
that's correct.
And then what does this number over here represent?
That's going to be the call duration. So how long those two lines were connected and continued on to.
1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
Correct.
And then over here, what does received mean?
Received means that this cellular device received that communication, meaning that the number associated here on the right, the 1-423-664-2024, called this device, and there's a connection time for an hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
States Exhibit 117. Describe for the jury, even though they've seen photos, you just want to describe for the jury where Mr. Chen, if that's Mr. Chen, where Mr. Chen is at in this photo.
Based on the photo, you can observe the side profile of Mr. Chen.
Criminal investigation.
His left-hand side. You can see the picture of the
In this
drapery that's against the wall as a face.
family has been in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Is consistent with the same drapery that was there the night we executed the first search. The only one that's not consistent in this photograph is that the bed appears to be in a different location at this point.
What is metadata?
Metadata is associated data with
We try to instill whatever confidence.
pictures or different things that it's actually the data made up of that image or device that can show essentially what cellular device, the photograph can show what cellular device took that photograph, time, date, and sometimes a GPS location or location data is available or allowed to be available. It'll also give a timestamp and a estimated location where the photograph is taken.
Is there metadata that's attached to every photo that you take with your phone?
Yes,
Is it accessible on a printed download?
yes,
The crime scene was pristine when you got there.
Was there metadata attached to this photo?
yes.
States Exhibit 118. So most of the jurors probably have not seen this before. Can you just describe what we're looking at here?
We have full control of that scene from.
We talked about the Celebrite program, which is the principal used to extract the data off the cellular device. They actually have a program to allow us to read that data as it's extracted. So you will see at the top that it states extraction report, Apple iPhone, and Celebrite. This is how that, when you're viewing it on a computer, that you would actually see at the top of the screen.
In it, it's going to show that, specifically, this photograph's metadata is portrayed with the thumbnail of the actual photograph itself. You will see here the name that the device is given that photograph. Essentially, it's going to show the location of where it identified that photograph being located on the device. On the right-hand side, the additional info is going to identify the size of the photograph in terms of how much data that it takes up on the cellular device. Then it's going to get these times here. Specifically, it will show created date, modified date, and access date. Those can be different depending on, what's done with that photograph, if it's edited. It can show different things, or even the success, whether it's pulled up in a different program, or, if it was done. And this, down here, the source file, once again, shows the location of where it's stored.
When was this photo created?
This photo was created, was identified as being created on November 20th, 2022 at 9:18 p.m. Now this says UTC +0. So essentially, at this time period, UTC, Universal Time Zone, it's basically, it would be, I think at this time it would actually be 5 hours. It would be closer to 4 p.m. before it doesn't have to convert to the time zone.
So the time's not exact.
Correct.
Okay. This is a photo that you located on Jason Chen's cellular device.
Yes, that is correct.
This is exhibit 119. Pretty obvious what we see here.
Correct. With
Was-
the identifiable person.
Was metadata attached to this photo in Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, it was.
Again, without the details, now the jury's working on what metadata looks like, summarize for them what this information means, especially now that we sort of have two separate, on the right-hand side, we have additional file info, with items below it, but then we have metadata below that. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, I was explaining the metadata that can be associated a lot of times with photographs. In this forensic report, it identified that essentially the camera that took the photograph is an Apple. Camera model is identified as an iPhone XR as being the camera model. The capture date, which essentially this photograph was taken, was July 23rd, 2021, 4:51, 11 seconds p.m. It's identified as pixel resolution at the time the photograph was taken. Also the typical resolution on the screen up to 72 print, and it showed it had a horizontal or normal fixation.
Why would that information above that show that it was created, modified, and accessed on 11/28/2022?
This would show its actual physical creation date at the bottom, as identified via the forensic report. At the top, it's essentially showing that this photograph has been created, modified, and accessed at a different time. It's identifying that this is the original data capture of when this actual picture was taken. And essentially, this photograph was potentially imported, sent, uploaded. It was placed in another program, and it actually identifies the source file here, where it says JSON mobile library SMS, which is a formatting of text messages, and it shows that it was placed in as an attachment, and then it has the metadata associated with the photograph.
Were you able to locate on Jason Chen's phone photos in his photo file that were screenshots of text messages? You told the jury about those text messages.
Yes, I observed multiple screenshot photographs, text message conversations between Jason Chen and the phone number of that of the victim. It identified the phone number at the top of the photographs. It's 423-664-2024. There are multiple screenshots
that go all the way back to, I believe, August of 2021 to, I think the latest screenshot goes to, with the time depicted in the actual photograph, where it has the timestamp when something was sent or received, is November 23rd.
Do you know of any reason why Mr. Chen has screenshot photos of this conversation with?
I can tell you that the actual text conversations are not recovered from the device. It's not recovered these text conversations between Jasmine Pace's photo device and Jason Chen's. The only communications that we observed were the screenshots. So the screenshots were the only evidence left over of the content of the statements.
What does it mean that you couldn't find the actual conversations themselves, only the screenshots?
I reviewed the contents of the forensic extraction to include the timeline, which essentially is a timeline of all activities on the device. So whether it's a log that's turning the phone on, your phone communicates with towers all the time, provides location data. Also, when you're using the internet, it provides location data, essentially website searches, it shows text message calls, all those things. I reviewed the timeline, I did not observe it. I went back through the messages portion of the forensic report to find these conversations within the device. I also reviewed other potential ways, such as call logs and things, and trying to find any ways that these were associated with that device. Like I said, that sometimes things can be recovered in the forensic extraction. Sometimes it has the ability to recover things that were deleted, and a lot of times it is not. So the only evidence at the time we had of the actual content were the text messages, the actual text message.
General just asked you specifically about the preservation of life statement first and foremost.
States Exhibit 121.
Did you make, in discussing tarnishing the investigation, were there statements?
Do you have an iPhone? Do you have experience with iPhone?
I do.
Have you worked, when it comes to downloads, have you worked extensively with iPhone?
Yes, they're about 50% of the phones.
If an iPhone sends a message to an iPhone, what color is the text?
An iMessage, the way it's communicated in the iPhone, the color device. And if it's transmitted in green, it means either that device, the iMessage communications were not occurring. That could be for different reasons, such as the device was on, or that device that communicated with is not an iPhone itself, and it's an Android style platform, which then you're not able to communicate the iMessage is communicating with the platform in terms of SMS and text messages.
What does it mean that, did Jasmine Pace have an iPhone?
Yes, for families reports and our cell phone.
Did Mr. Chen have an iPhone?
Yes, that's correct.
What does it mean that these texts are green?
It means that iMessages weren't allowed to be completed at that time, essentially, whether it means the device changed or that device didn't have the capabilities of communicating. So it could be.
Based on other messages in the phone, were you able to determine what date these photos, the photo and the text were sent?
Correct.
What date?
It identifies, you might have to.
I'm sorry, I keep taking it from you.
The date itself, it's going to say Wednesday at 11:46 a.m. The way that it would identify it, essentially, if we were to look at the metadata, it would identify potential creation date or access date, which would further give us the year range as well. So even though it's only saying Wednesday at 11:46, based on the screenshot, the metadata would show us the year that it was created in, essentially. So it shows Wednesday, 11:46, and based on my knowledge of the metadata, that would refer to 2022, and that Wednesday, 2022, 11:46 a.m. based on the metadata will be November 23rd, 2022.
Can you read the text messages there? And
Yes.
not the top, but the two green ones.
Two rings starting down below. Says, good morning, slept like a baby, question mark. Made myself a matcha. Next one, starting at Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Question mark. And it says Brett directly under.
Based on the location of that photo and those text messages, who were those sent from?
Based on how they were captured from the device, here's they're sent from Jason Chen cellular device to that of Jasmine Pace's cellular device.
Because that's Jasmine's phone number at the top.
Correct, that's Jasmine's phone number associated at the top. It just doesn't have her contact name.
States Exhibit 122. Does this person look like Jasmine Pace?
It's,
It's
a little
Jasmine.
after.
Do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the bathroom located in apartment 210 and 110 Market Street.
And was there metadata associated with this photo?
Yes, there was.
Can you, just again, briefly explain to the court, to the jury what that metadata indicates?
Essentially, this metadata is identifying created by 5 dates of 11/16, 2022, 2:02 a.m. It once again shows where that photo is documented being taken from. And then you're going to see the pixel resolution and orientation as the pictures.
All right, while we're talking about cell phones, who requested Jasmine's cell phone records from Verizon?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
And how is that done?
Originally, with Jasmine Pace's cell phone records, it contacted Verizon. Verizon has certain requirements for exigent circumstances to provide those records without a search warrant in place. We applied for exigent, we filled out an exigent form, applied it to Verizon, and they granted us exigent based on their requirements. So Verizon then sent us Jasmine Pace's phone records based on the vacancy at the time.
Two documents, Ms. Crawford.
So
Do you
Court
recognize
is
those
now
documents?
in an afternoon break. We're gonna turn
Yes, I
down
do.
What are
that
those?
feed.
The first one is a copy of the emergency situation closure and action circumstance form.
Actually, I'm just gonna listen to what
It's filled
it
out.
says there.
I filled out the form.
Them
I
leaving
filled out the
Jason
form,
Chen out
that's
to
the
this.
information. It's on the form, you can fax that form to them. The second documentation is from Verizon, certifying the records that we received from them in regards to Jasmine Pace's phone number. Are certified to the best of their custody of the records and certifying the records.
Your Honor, I'd actually see the statements to exhibits. One is the minor two affidavit from Verizon.
The next one, 124.
Yes, sir. I'll make the
Okay, so
Verizon
now
emergency situation.
We're in a more official break there.
And the
Let's talk
affidavit
about what we've learned in the last
from
little
Verizon
bit.
certifying
CPD
the
investigator
records.
Zach Crawford is still on the stand. He's been testifying since yesterday, so lots of
Looking
information.
at this
to go over
certification
here.
from
Some
Verizon,
happened in
this
the
is something
morning,
that they
some
typically
this
send to
afternoon.
verify,
This is something that we
that the
heard
records they sent
more
are in
about,
fact
and I
what
want to
they
kind
are
of zero into
claiming to
this
be.
for a moment. This
Typically,
is
we
the
also request
dumpster
them to
outside
certify
of
them as
Jason
well.
Chen's apartment. And at first,
Okay.
the
And can you see
prosecution
that there is
showed
a
this
Verizon
dumpster.
case number on
They
that?
showed the clothing
sheet of
down
paper?
here. They showed
That's
these
correct.
pants that said they found
You see this
with
jump
blood
drive?
stains. They showed these
Yes.
shoes that they said had discoloration that was consistent with blood. Also, a menstrual pad that also had blood on it. All items there on the outside area of the dumpster at Jason Chen's Chattanooga apartment. Now, when we first saw this in the prosecution's case, there was no questioning about, is that blood Jason Chen's? It was just shown to have blood on it at his apartment. Then it comes back up later, just before the break, when the CPD investigator is cross-examined, and we learn from a member of
Yes,
the
there's
defense
a
team
folder for
who
the
we've not
associated
heard of
driving case number,
from before now. Her name is
certification.
Amanda Morrison.
There's also
She
an
brings
Excel
up
sheet
the
for
fact,
self-taught
and she
CPR
asks
and, 14
the,
data with the associated number.
she asked the investigator,
Jasmine Pace.
did
Also
you get these
certification
items
records for
tested,
the
these
associated
items in
case
front of the
number.
dumpster? And he
And
said,
then finally,
no, they had not
self-collection
received
is
testing
for
on these
SMS
items from the
content
TBI.
associated with
So they
phone
said,
numbers
were you able to
for
show
before.
that these were
And the
Jason
associated
Chen's
dates.
items, or that
And
this
it's,
blood
there's
had
a number
his
here that
blood
says
on it, or any
certification, does
specific
that number
blood on
match
it?
the number
And they said no.
from,
So at that
Verizon
point, it
and
seems like they're saying to the jury, these items may be in an area and they may have blood on them, but it was never tested to determine
Yes.
if that was Jason Chen or Jasmine Pace's blood there. So that's one big thing that we heard about in this afternoon session. Now, let's move on a little bit. The demeanor of Jason Chen when they found him at his parents' in Nolensville, Tennessee, was one of the things the prosecution talked about. And then under cross-examination, they talked a little bit about that,
After
about finding them there, but not a
all
lot.
of this,
Again, the backpack that had
were you
some items in
notified
it, the notes, they have not spoken about the notes in
of a
cross-examination.
discovery by
It seems that they're wrapping up that
the
cross-examination. and
owners
they
or operators
haven't spoken
of
about
the
these
Tremont
notes. If you
Apartments?
didn't hear our morning sessions
What was that
here,
contact?
they spoke about
January
these
5th,
notes being found in
I
Jason
was in
Chen's
contact
bedroom
with
in his
the
parents' home in
managing staff
Nolensville,
at the
and they
Tremont
seem to
Apartment
talk about
office.
his interactions
I
and
had
the
a
dates
conversation with the courtesy officer,
with
Officer Clemens.
Jasmine Pace. So this is
After our
Saturday,
original
November
search
19th, the
warrant,
last time I
after
saw her. Tuesday,
case
November
unfolded, we'll
26th, the last time she
arrested
called me. I
Jason
believe
Chen,
that says the video box
and
there
found
was in
Jasmine
front of
Pace.
that. But it's
I
okay.
knew
So if you
that,
take these dates here,
potentially,
Saturday, November
at some
19th,
point,
the last time I
they may
saw her.
reclaim that apartment.
If you then go
Sometimes
to
apartments will
some of the
kick
surveillance
people
video we're
out,
about to
breaking lease
see,
agreements
the
and such.
prosecution is
I
trying to
advise
show
them
that
that
Jason
if
Chen
such were to happen, if they
actually
can
saw
contact me, I'd like
Jasmine
to give them a
Pace
walkthrough of the apartment.
11/22
Just to do a
on
final
November
walkthrough of
22nd
some
of
sort.
2022 at
I talked to
11:42
him, he
p.m.
actually called
because
me
they have
back
a
a
surveillance
little over a
camera
month
picture
later.
of her
And they
car
notified me that they were actually
being
doing
driven
renovation.
into his apartment complex. So let's
Due to
let's
their
go ahead and
wording
we'll
was
get to that
because
in
the
just a
extensive
moment. This
amount
is
of
Jason
cleanup
Chen's
is gonna
phone
cost, they were
that they
actually just gonna
found
renovate the
information
entire
on.
They
And
notified
here
me
is
that
a
the
list
process
of some of the
started.
things they found at his
And they
home
provided
there,
me
his
consent
parents'
to
home
go
in
back into that
Nolensville. Let's see,
apartment.
there we go, we can read that a
Subsequently
little
that
bit
evening,
better.
called
An
crime scene, I
eyeglass
went in, come
case
back
and that
out,
black
we
backpack was
documented
found that had a
after,
SIM card of
if
Jasmine
something else would have been found or located.
Pace's cell
Also,
phone,
myself
although
and
they
Jason
never
Chen
found the
responded,
actual
and the
phone
courtesy
there.
officer at
And
the apartment complex
they
was
tried
unused
to,
as well.
they
So allows
haven't
further
talked
access
about
to
what
it
was
because,
found on that yet, but it
I
was found
requested
in his
once they
possession in
provided
an
that they
eyeglass
had
case, according
located
to the
potential
prosecution.
items of
Those
administrative
handwritten
value to
notes
us.
that
I
we've
requested that they
just seen
stop,
a few
until
slides
we had
back,
the ability to
the cell
properly
phone
document those
and the
items.
backpack.
So they
Okay,
granted it. and
here's
wanted
something
the
else
apartment.
that they showed in today's
I responded that
testimony.
evening just
They
after
say
5
that when they
p.m.
first went into
When we
Jason
had to do
Chen's
another
apartment, which is
walkthrough,
what we saw yesterday, there was some
located
red
other pieces of
discoloration on the
evidence
carpet,
within that.
but it
Had
wasn't
they begun
very visible
to
at first.
remodel, renovate that residence at the
You know,
time that
just
you
a random
arrived?
person
Yes, they had.
looking to see. Later, the apartment complex, this investigator testified, wanted to renovate this apartment. You can imagine what a cleanup it was there, and they took the carpet out. And they called police and they said, you may want to come look at this. And they pulled up the carpet. This is the bottom of the carpet and the carpet padding with dark discoloration. The prosecutor asked the investigator, in your history as an investigator, what does this show? He said he believed it showed blood. Okay, let's get into a little bit the cell phone records there. You can see that they showed a text message that went from Jason Chen's phone to Jasmine Pace's phone, and it was sent on November 23rd, 2022, the day after she was last seen. a screenshot of those text messages. And it has a picture in it. You can see a Starbucks drink, a matcha. But let me remove this banner here just for a moment so we can read that. Okay, so the text exchange says, "Good morning, slept like a baby, made myself a matcha." The prosecution says went from Jason Chen to Jasmine Pace. There's no answer there. But what they then pointed out is that the metadata, which is something you can get on your phone, the picture shows it was actually taken in July 2021. It was not taken on the day the texts were actually sent. So something else there that we heard about in the afternoon. Now, we haven't talked a lot about this yet, but they did show this picture when the investigator was on the stand. This is a picture of Jasmine Pace, and they say it was taken in his apartment. This is his sink that we've seen in crime scene photos, and the photo was taken on November 16th, 2022. Again, Jasmine last seen on November 22nd, 2022, so we know she was in his apartment a few days before. Now, we start to get into the timeline here. I'm gonna grab my notes just so we can get the timing right.
You recognize this
So
photo?
this is the
Yes, I
picture
do.
on the
This is
right-hand
the
side
accurate
there.
representation
that
of what Mr.
shows
Chen's apartment
what the
looked like when he
prosecution
returned
says
after the
Is
apartment
Jasmine
complex
Pace
told you to tell you about potential evidence they found.
apartment
Yes, that's
on
correct.
11/22
This would be,
at 11:42 p.m. They also corroborated
I
that
have
with the
exhibit
data from the My Chevy app.
dash
My
one
Chevy is, of
through
course, her was a
127-17.
Chevrolet, and they use that to track her last movements. The picture that you see of Jason Chen, this is from a Walmart the next day.
This is exhibit 127-1.
a.m.
Investigator
At the
Crawford,
Walmart
if
is
you
where they
can,
bought some
begin
cleaning
to
supplies.
instruct the jury as to what
You
we're
can see that
looking
in
at
that
in this
hat,
photo.
they said that's the same hat that he
Yes,
was
this is
wearing.
a photograph.
Found him and
Since
took
he's
him
standing
in
within the
for
bathroom
questioning.
area, looking back into the main bedroom or the single bedroom of
Now,
that
we have a few
apartment.
more pictures of these
Um,
timelines. So
You
later
can
on that
tell
day,
based on the other photographs that you've seen at this point, that
November
the
23rd,
flooring is different and
2022.
items have been removed.
You can see Jason Chen
at this
here
point,
in
you
the
see
top left
subflooring.
picture.
You can see a mattress pad and other objects that have been removed from the bathroom, actual bathroom scene as well.
That this is a car that is Jasmine Pace's car. Again, they corroborated that with the My Chevy app information that left Chen's apartment
127-2.
complex on Tremont Street
What do we have
at
here?
8:30 p.m.
This is going to be
They
the
zeroed
parking
into the picture
section
of the driver here.
from the
And what
bedroom.
they
This
said,
is
what
gonna
they
be the
testified,
bathroom
they
area
didn't
leading
ask
into
them,
the
is this
bedroom.
Jason Chen in the car?
This
They
would be
said,
the left-hand side.
who appears to be
In earlier
driving? And they said
photographs,
it's a
the
person in
original
a light
execution
colored
search
hoodie.
warrant.
Again, this is
The bed would
8:30
actually
p.m.
have been
on that day.
located in this area right here.
Then, about 10 minutes later.
So is this evidence that you did
See the
not
judge coming
find
up, so
when
we're
you
gonna
were in
wrap
the
this up.
apartment on the 28th of November?
That's
Um,
correct.
Let's do this.
Because the bed was
Second.
there.
This is
There
where
was
the
a bed
vehicle
placed over
matching
top.
Paces comes
The
into the
other
signal
things
view
that are different
condos
this
at
time,
8:41. That's where
At
the
the
car
time
was
that
later
the search warrant
found
was executed,
by Jasmine Pace's
it appeared
mother.
that the lights that were placed in there
And then
were
they say at 9:01
aftermarket of
p.m.
some sort. They had a light.
you can see a
light
person in a
used there, so
hoodie.
it's not a very well
You
lit
see the
apartment.
person there right
So
in
a lot
the
of things
middle
we did by
of your
way of
screen there
flashlight
with the
at the
light
time.
colored hoodie.
Once they reclaimed the
Video,
apartment,
when they play the full
they
clip,
put
you
the
can
lights
see
in there for
someone
the
pulls in
assistance
and drops
of
him off. A
renovation.
person in a light
It's a lot
colored
brighter.
hoodie gets back
I
out
can
of the
actually observe a
apartment
lot more
complex.
things.
Again,
This
that's
point in time,
9:01
didn't
p.m.
have to use
So
just
they're
the flashlight.
meticulously going through the timeline of
So
Jasmine
we
Pace's
didn't
car and the
originally
person
look
they
under the
say
bed.
was driving it to the last
It's a lot of
location
evidence.
where the Pace
In this
family
picture with the
later
lighting is
found
such,
it.
it's obviously more
Now,
clear that there
They
is
were
dark
still
acceleration at this
investigating
point.
or talking to
That night,
Investigator
myself
Crawford,
and crime scene
asking him
investigators
questions
did
about the crime scene on cross
And did it also come
examination.
to your attention through
What
other
they
evidence
did in
that
the
Mr.
earlier
Chen
hearing,
said
They said, did you say
before
that you would
11/23/2022
tarnish an
was
investigation to
not
save
in
a
a
life?
position it was when the search
And he
warrant
said
was
if
executed?
it was to save a
Correct.
life, saving a life is more important than a criminal investigation. But
when I
they're still
re-entered
zeroing
the
in on this
apartment,
fact when they took the break.
after
They were going to
granting-
play some audio
and
from that
granted by
previous
the
hearing,
apartment,
so we're not finished
management
talking about
to
that
go back
yet.
and further process that
Again, you
scene.
can see that
well
live,
as
Cameron.
I
The jury, I
observed
do
two
not
different
believe is
things.
back in the
Obviously,
courtroom
the
yet, so we'll
dark
keep going in just a
discoloration
minute as they
was
get
different
settled.
than I
There's
originally
no
observed. Not
nothing
different, but
distinctly
I didn't observe it based
yet.
on the lighting.
Another
So,
thing is I can
we have a
tell,
lot of
originally I remember,
information
we
that
talked
we've
about
learned this
potential
afternoon, even though it's just been
splatter
one
of some
person
sort of an unknown
testifying.
substance.
You have
Um,
that lead homicide
There's,
investigator
actually just
going
above
over
this
the
picture,
evidence
there's some
that's
oil
found in
stain,
several different
a few
locations,
feet off the
and
ground
the
in front
defense
of
kind of
the
bringing
window.
that into
I
question
mean, through investigative
about
experience,
how it was
personal
located,
experience being a
when the
homeowner,
Pace family went into Chen's
that the
apartment,
link of it was
did they mess up
consistent,
the crime scene,
with,
and what could come
the
of that
top
as
of where
far
the
as
bed,
how
the
that
headboard meets
evidence
the wall,
was
you sit
seen
up in
in the
bed,
jury's eyes
it's
and
in
in
the
the
armchair,
eyes
but
of
it
this
happens
trial.
to rub
So
your
it
head
looks
against
like
the back of the wall and oil stain
Jason
begins to
Chen is
build
about
up
to be
there.
brought in.
Especially for
There
how
he
long
is.
since you have
So
that
we'll go
bed
back to
where
the
that
court
item
meeting
placed in that location.
We'll be here when
I
court wraps up
observed
in the
that on the
afternoon or
wall,
if they take another break.
upon entry,
But we'll join you back
and
in court.
instantly, you will see in this area back behind, what this is actually the tile that was taken from the bathroom area. It's just the bottom, the mortared section of the bottom of the tiles has been pulled back in the here. There's gonna be the original bed frame still in that room. Most all the items, items were taken out by the family before the apartment was reclaimed. And then, certain items were left there. So they were gonna eventually get rid of that bed frame, but it was still in place, during our discovery. Which the bed frame itself, I observed it, the headboard to be consistent with the oil stain that I saw in the wall.
And then the jury's already seen exhibit 117. This is a photo you located on Jason's phone, correct?
Yes, that would have been, I did not observe that photograph particularly until after, this secondary, going back to the scene. Due to, there was approximately almost 10,000 images in the photographs.
What is the blue matter that you can see coming out from under the carpet?
That's gonna be the padding between the subfloor and the actual carpeted area.
So we're gonna play
Some carpet
the
has been
section
thin,
that I've been talking
some,
about in the transcript, for you to listen to.
carpet down,
If you can't
carpet
hear it,
on
rewind just a
the
minute.
subfloor, so we hard, we don't comfortable to walk on.
Preservation of lives is first and foremost. You know, if we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's gonna happen.
Starting to cut some of the other areas.
So you had mentioned that there
And
was,
underneath the blue padding would have been,
and indecipherable or
Under the
something
blue padding would have been, the subfloor
right
itself.
there. Were you talking about something different?
states exhibit 127-3.
That's
Explain to the
further
jury what
down
we're seeing here.
on the page.
This is going to be the carpet section as it's pulled back. And you can see, I pointed out a reddish brown color, discoloration in the carpet area where the bedroom was earlier. During our first search of the apartment, after the carpet was further peeled back, you can see a larger red.
Would you like to see me playing until we get to the end of that?
Blood. And you can see that discoloration also then seeps directly back into the carpet or to the pattern as well.
Based on your experience.
Preservation of life is
Investigator.
first and foremost. You know, if we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's gonna happen. And if we have to say that the criminal investigation is thrown out because we have to jump through hoops and ultimately things happen where we basically don't pull the wall, but we skip through hoops.
Is there before, is a closer up photo?
Here, of course, we're gonna. follow
Yes,
the
that's
law.
correct, with markers in place to show the size of the section itself.
Were those markers placed there by the crime scene unit?
Yes, by my request.
Did they collect that item?
Yes, they did.
States exhibit 127-5.
It shows, the carpet padding as it's been, pulled up. And to further reveal the suspected blood that is now seeped through the carpet, the padding, and onto the subfloor itself. Those are the two major sections, where it seeps all the way down to the wood section.
States exhibit 127-6.
It is another photograph of the subflooring from a different angle. This is actually the other side of it, with markers, to size and element.
States exhibit 127-13.
At this point, you're gonna see the bed now fully assembled. So the bed is there, the bed frame was there, the mattress was still there. Myself and crime scene investigators are requesting that we put the bed back together to see if we can further depict details of what happened, during this incident. After putting the bed frame back together, we then placed it on the wall in the area that I believe that the potential long-term use of that bed frame to be used based on the discoloration of the wall, which then it made it more consistent with the blood pattern located on that date. We inspected that bed frame further, civil, inspected the bottom of that bed frame to see if potentially could we rule out that bed frame was up against the wall and someone was stuffed underneath. We didn't see any blood transfer to the underside of that bed frame. The only blood transfer that we observed was on the side of the frame, consistent with somebody being placed on this side of the bed.
All right, now we're seeing what you've been describing in 12717. Can you just explain that to Gary?
Investigator Crawford.
Yes, you can see it more clearly here. This picture is similar to the shadow, but it's
General
actually
law,
in this section
had to
here.
do without protections like
This one here is going to be wheel stand, hair,
to
body,
make the
things like
statement.
that. Such a touch that you normally will have. As you can tell, as the bed frame falls off, so does the dark
You
discoloration,
have to
and it does such in another way as well.
the entire
So it's very
investigation
consistent
to save someone's life.
with the bed frame in place and that gave them in place there for protection and size.
12711, just a further, a more distant photo of the entire bed as
Gary,
it,
have any
as we put it
questions
together
for
there in the
Investigator Crawford?
bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is the exhibit. 12716, just from the other side of the bed, again, the same markings where you pointed out before, wear and tear on the wall.
Correct. And the difference here is you can actually now see the shadow that creates from the bed in the light, this dark strip here. You can see like how it gets darker here, and it's not, this is not a shadow, this is a full stain on top of it here. Just to show, to be honest, most of it's concentrated on this side of the bedroom. Where it would be difficult to see in person with light there, but if you only have one side, most people have the side of the bed that they typically take, especially if you have to another and you sleep there at night. It's consistent with that, with seeing persons.
And lastly, 127-10, you mentioned that there was what looked like discoloration that resembled blood on the bed frame. Can you explain where this photo was taken?
Yes, this is going to be on the side of the bed frame. When we were looking at the picture of the bed itself, fully assembled, it would be on the left-hand side, about halfway up. There's the dark reddish brown discoloration on the fabric of the bed frame that is consistent with blood.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, almost noon, understand that you want to be set up in the rear and resume the trial at 1
So we are in a lunch break from court of morning testimony. So let's talk about what we know so far. We are still hearing from the CPD crime scene investigator, Zach Crawford. He is the main homicide investigator on this case. We are seeing lots of crime scene photos today, and we are learning a little bit more about what happened when investigators showed up to Jason Chen's parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee. So let's walk through some of the evidence that we saw here this morning. And we do want to warn you, some of these pictures are going to be graphic. These are crime scene photos shown in court. We're not showing any of them to you very zoomed in or close because of that, but we do want to give you an idea of what the jury's seeing in this courtroom on day 2 of this murder trial. So this is a dumpster outside of Jason Chen's apartment on Tremont Street. And what they pointed out here is you can see a pair of pants and some shoes and some other items that prosecutors and investigators say they noticed had blood on them. So we move now from Chattanooga, where Jason Chen currently lived as a UTC student, to Nolensville, where his parents lived, where he still had a bedroom, and where police actually found him after they were able to get a search warrant for his cell phone data and track him down by cell phone pings. So what you see here is Jason Chen coming to the door when homicide police investigators came to his Nolensville parents' home, and his father yelled out Jason, they said, and Jason came downstairs, and this is a picture of that first interaction there with police. Now, they also entered into evidence pictures from that Nolensville home, and this is a picture of a backpack that they say they found in a bedroom upstairs at Jason Chen's parents' home, and they described some of the items that they had inside. One item of big significance that was found inside this backpack was a glasses case, and they say inside that glasses case was a SIM card that had Jasmine Pace's cell phone SIM card in it. They never found her actual cell phone, but they did find a SIM card. News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum has been in court all day. She's going to join us now. Mary Beth, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. So we're walking through some of the evidence that was presented today, and we're seeing that here on your screen. We're looking at the backpack that they found in Jason Chen's parents' home. Can you talk to us a little bit about being in the courtroom there? What was the reaction as some of these photos came up on the screen?
It was inspected.
Yeah, well, one big thing about this trial is the sheer amount of evidence that they're having to go through. So there have been a lot of photos on display, some of Jason Chen's apartment, some after police had that search warrant for his parents' home in Nolensville. But overall, I would say the reaction in the courtroom has been pretty shocked just at, again, the amount of evidence collected in this case. And specifically to the amount of blood found by CPD in Jason Chen's apartment.
Yeah, since you mentioned that, let's go now
There
to
were
a different
under
picture that we
the futon
have.
area of the apartment.
This is a
there were
picture, and
small
like we
little,
said, there are going to be some graphic pictures
glass,
shown here. We do want to warn you about that.
That was there.
So this is a picture, Mary Beth, that we're looking at of the carpet that was pulled up at Jason Chen's apartment in Chattanooga after the apartment complex started renovating it. Police went back in, and they found even more blood. You can see underneath the carpet here, blood stains, and then you can see on this carpet padding, the blue thing you see on the left-hand side there, blood as well. And Mary Beth, that speaks to what you were saying about the testimony we just heard about just how much blood there was in this apartment.
Right, and this was something that CPD wasn't initially made aware of just due to the placement of the bed. Investigator Crawford, he does detail how they were able to, just discuss the oil stain right above the headboard, which apparently will collect, if there's a single person sleeping in that bed consistently. He also spoke about how they were, once that bed was moved out of the way, those stains became very clear to them, and it was just, another piece of evidence in this trial among the crazy amount of evidence that we've seen so far just on day 2.
Item at the top is like a plastic style lid.
Yeah, exactly. And then, as they said, the lighting was not very good when they first went in that apartment. So some of the stains that were on the carpet, they even missed the first time. So this was a second chance for them to see some of that. And going back to Jason Chen's home, his parents are in the courtroom. Is that right, Mary Beth?
Yes, yeah, both of his parents are in the courtroom, as well as what seems to be some extended family members. And they were there yesterday as well.
And we heard from our other reporter, Mel Doyle, they had an emotional reaction when their home was shown as one of the pictures. Is that right?
Sanitary pad.
Right, yes, we did see tissues being offered to Jason Chen's mother during that period of the testimony. We've, seen just in the courtroom, both the Pace family and the Chen family, both of them sticking very close by each other. This is a very difficult trial for both sides.
As they place like a metal bracket.
And we talked a little bit earlier yesterday, they separated the two families. Is that the case again today, or are they both sitting on opposite sides of the courtroom?
Yes, this morning, Judge Boyd Patterson, he actually went ahead and said that it was for the best just to keep the families separate in the courtroom, just because there had been a little bit of contention given, the nature of this trial and, what the trial is covering. It's a very emotional one. So there was a lot of understanding this morning about how that might become a concern and how we can avoid it in the days coming.
And then we know that Katrina was the first witness to testify. Is she now back in the courtroom and listening again?
Yes, yeah. She is with the Pace family. I believe she's in the front of the courtroom. She's been there with her husband.
Okay. Mary Beth, thanks so much. We'll let you get a short break in now too before court resumes. Thanks so much for your insight about what it's been like in the courtroom today.
All right, yeah, thank you. We'll let you know.
Thank you. And I want to bring now Attorney Bill Speak. He's back with us again today. Bill, thanks so much for your time again as we wrap up some of this morning's testimony. Lots of evidence, lots of crime scene pictures, lots of things that we've seen that the prosecution has gathered and that they found both in Jason Chen's apartment and in the Nolensville home of his parents.
Yes, yes. And that's, and, you know, in the start of a trial like this, there's going to be an enormous amount of evidence that gets introduced early through the investigators and crime scene detectives, crime scene investigators as well, that is meant to establish really that a homicide did take place. And obviously a location in which it took place. I mean, you know, the testimony about the blood and all that is really to establish where this took place. And there's going to be a lot of very detailed and pieces of evidence that get entered. There'll be hundreds of pieces of evidence that they will enter as exhibits, establishing those two particular issues. Now, again, as this trial has kind of developed a little bit, we realize that this is going to be a mens rea, right? What was his mental state? Did he plan this prior to the actual slaying of Ms. Pace? And so, you know, listeners are really going to be paying attention to any actions he took prior to the slaying. Like, you know, the stuff that we heard about some yesterday about him purchasing things to clean up the crime scene. Obviously, that would have been a lot more important had he purchased those prior to the slaying. That would show more of the premeditation. So right now they're establishing what they have to statutorily moving forward. But again, this case is going to come down to whether or not there was premeditation in the mind of Mr. Chen at the time that he killed Ms. Pace.
And I wanted to ask you about some of the things that we heard about that were found on his cell phone. We're looking at his cell phone here. It was found in his parents' home in Nolensville. And then, of course, as we see in lots of trials, they went in and got a search warrant for the contents of that cell phone. And I'm not sure if you caught this part of the testimony, but they were going through some texts and showing that some of the pictures that were sent by Jason Chen were actually older pictures. They were taken in the months and in one case a year or two before, but he was sending them in one case to her on the day that she passed away. So maybe possibly showing there that he was trying to show that he was trying to get in contact with her. Is that what that sounds like to you, establishing?
You know, it could be. It could be. It's hard to tell at this point exactly what that could be. I mean, obviously, it could be also him showing maybe communication after she died. It depends on the timing of it, whether he was trying to hide the fact that he was in communication with her, saying that we texted, but we weren't in person seeing each other. So some of that stuff is going to get flushed out. Obviously, what it does show is a relationship. What it does show is, the fact that maybe it makes sense that she was at his house, and and there was communication on the day in which she passed, which is important, right? If you haven't had communication with somebody in 3 months and they show up, it's different when you've been in communication with that person on the day that they disappeared. It's another way to tie him to what his attorney has already admitted, that he is in fact the one that killed her.
And then I want to talk to you a little bit about the picture we're seeing now. Is Jason Chen, when police saw him for the first time face to face in his parents' home in Nolensville, and they talked a lot about his demeanor when they went there. And I'll just read you a little bit of the testimony. The DA asked the CPD investigator, "Can you describe for the jury what Mr. Chen's demeanor was?" Crawford says, "More defensive." And the DA said, "Would you describe him as calm?" And Crawford says, "Yes." And then Jason Chen made the statement to police, "Have you spoken to my attorney yet?" And then they're asking him, telling him they're gonna take him to the police station.
On November
Another
29th,
thing that they
2022,
bring into
I applied
evidence
for a
here, which
search
we've
warrant
heard in hearings,
for Jason
are
Chen's
some of the
parents'
notes
residence
that
in
they found
1943
at
Ashland Court,
his
Illinois.
parents' home.
Directly following that,
Handwritten notes that
I
he
met
wrote,
with
the
the
prosecution
attorney's office
says,
and
and
spoke
were
with him about the
written,
evidence that I had in
found
the
in
case.
his bedroom,
About proceeding
detailing
forward.
when the last time he saw
We talked
Jasmine
about probable
was,
cause that he had in the case
and,
for potential arrest. I
saying
requested
that
that
she had a long
I
history
execute the
of
search
running
warrant
away.
first.
So as they
On the
question the
residence,
police
the
about
search
Jason
warrant on his
Chen's
person
demeanor
that
when
he
they
was
found
located
him,
at that time.
what do you think they're trying to
Attempting
show the
potentially
jury?
get an interview to find the full facts.
Well, all right, so you have two competing, you have a jury that is going to be showing two different sides of this individual, one by the defense, one by the state. The state is trying to show that he's a very calm, calculating, detailed kind of person, the kind of person that wouldn't just emotionally fly off a handle and commit a murder, but that would plan it, would be careful in what he does, careful in what he says afterward, and it's kind of painting this picture of him as a more of a calm, his actions are determined, because they're going to really be focusing on that premeditation. This is the kind of guy that he doesn't do anything spontaneously. Obviously, the defense is going to come the other way. He's emotional and he's reactive to a situation, because that's what they have to sell. They have to sell the fact that he reacted to a threat to himself, and he reacted in an appropriate way, but it was a reaction to a threat because he's emotional and he couldn't regulate his feelings. So by including some of that evidence by the state that it's putting in, it's showing more of a methodical plan on his part. Now, maybe the plan was for the disposal of the body and to hide his involvement, but it's also showing somebody that is planning and careful and calculated in what he does. And that plays into the theme that he was calculating and careful in what he did prior to his death too, prior to her death as well. And I think that will be a point made well by the state.
All right, Bill, thanks so much for joining us on this lunch break. Hopefully
Absolutely.
we'll be able to talk to you again soon after testimony wraps up.
Very good.
All right, so we are in a lunch break until about just a few minutes after 1 o'clock. We're going to leave this live stream up. You can go to our YouTube page and watch some of the testimony from yesterday, and we'll be working on getting some of this morning's testimony up as well. For now, we're going to take a quick short break here. We'll join you again when court resumes.
Did the state have any redirect based on the jury's questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford, you were asked both by Ms. Morrison and now the jury about this photo. Do you recall what size shoes those are?
I don't recall exactly, it's either 11 or 11 and a half size men's. But they would be notated in our evidence law.
Recognize that.
Yes. It's a picture of the shoe that we're describing,
It's a zoomed in version of that photo.
of the top right shoe, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I ask this be made citizens.
Let's see.
130 maybe? 131. Okay, and then. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes,
And what is that photo of?
this is a zoomed in photograph from the overhead kiosk camera from the Walmart video footage that we observed earlier. Between the two cameras, the kiosk video that looks directly down.
Your Honor, I ask this be made 132.
32.
Let me go to prosecution laptop. Okay, so that's 132, the zoomed in version of Mr. Chen's shoes at the Walmart.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and 131, the zoomed in shoe of, the shoe next to the garbage dumpster.
That's correct.
Okay, and so a side by side of those two, would you agree that those are both those photos, exhibit 131, 132, next to each other?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Recall it based on the juror's question.
Investigator Crawford, based on what the state has put up behind you here, was there any testing done to confirm that those are in fact the same shoes? Was there, for instance, DNA conducted on the shoes that were found outside of the dumpster that would have had Mr. Chen's DNA?
There was no testing for DNA that was submitted.
Was there any evidence of blood or anything on the shoes that were located outside of the dumpster?
I do not recall blood evidence being on the side of the shoes. They're disturbed.
This is the suitcase.
So as of today, there's nothing definitively you have that shows that the shoes outside of the dumpster and the shoes on the picture and Mr. Chen's feet are the same, correct?
I would just say that they have consistent color markings on the shoes that you can observe in the video footage, but I don't have definitive DNA evidence.
Thank you.
They had you hear evidence in the next week that this is not.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
All right, today was called. We have another question, or we like to ask you more questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's okay.
The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung.
More questions?
The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was a premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence You will see photos, you will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a one-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had a disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit card. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of due to Jason's own cell phone location. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi.
I really appreciate the yours attention on this. These questions show that after this is over, I'll let you know the reason why I like letting jurors ask questions, but I'm very glad that you're attentive and asking relevant
You
questions.
learn that police
My detective.
never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card.
The receipt from
Small
Walmart
stick
shows
goes into the
asparagus.
side of her
The
phone.
video shows
Her
no
phone's
asparagus was
information.
purchased.
Her SIM card
And you can
was
see the defendant type in a produce number. Was this investigated further? And if so, relevant to the case?
We did investigate it further. Upon discovering the phone records of the victims and Jason Chen's phone records go to Walmart, so it led me to that Walmart to potentially see what interactions and stuff happened there.
That Jason sent.
Once we go there, we watch the video footage
You
Jason
will
come
be
in.
convinced.
We did track him to where the purchase is made. At which point, it was relevant in terms of what items that he did buy. We did observe on video that 2 different items were entered in as produce, asparagus, which obviously were not asparagus. It did not have relevancy in terms of the arrest and investigation, other than theft was committed. It was reported to Walmart. Loss prevention was there. They decided, based on finding out at the time the video was collected, that he was in custody on a murder. They decided at that time they didn't want to go further with the theft charge.
Both of these deal with the video of the vehicles outside of Tremont. There is a person walking in the Tremont location after a Chevy vehicle was found in the parking lot. Did you identify who the person was when he parted the vehicle?
Try to answer this question properly. I believe you're referring to the first time that the Chevy vehicle comes into the parking lot area. The only camera that we had close enough to identify a face, where anyone could identify without having prior knowledge of an individual, was located at one of the exits. It was a personally owned camera by a resident there. They had a ring-style camera affixed to a door. So it would capture one of the exits. The apartment itself didn't have its own camera system. So we had to rely. Multi-story apartment complex, there's multiple people coming in at different times. The specific time you're talking about when the Chevy vehicle first pulls in and someone walks in, I think it's just after. I did not identify that person.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Prius that we saw in the video earlier?
No, I was attempting to identify who it was. First, I believe potentially to be an associate or family member. After further review of the video footage, it appears to be some sort of ride share. I was unable to completely verify. There is indication inside of Jason Chen's forensic download of his cell phone that there is metadata associated with that device, that the ride share of Lyft was activated around the exact same time that the vehicle pulls in 500 Mountain Creek Road. It's actually identified via the name Lyft, and it's a zip share, which is how their online communicates, because they incorporated Lyft zip share into their company.
When taken into custody, did Jason Chen have any observable cuts or injuries on his body? In parentheses below it says, in reference to the Band-Aids have been seen purchased and found in his apartment.
I did observe a injury to his right palm. The injury was consistent with my investigation and personal observations, is what I call knife slippage. Knife slippage is essentially a lot of times when an assault occurs, specifically with a knife, the incident gets bloody super quick and super fast. Each and every time the potential knife goes into the object, it comes back out, and it's deep enough. Potential blood transfer happens at night, and it is pulling the blood out of the body at that time. A lot of times what happens with anything that gets wet, it's slippery. It was consistent in the palm area on his right hand. There was a small section in his palm that appeared to be a 1.5 inch section that it was an injury that had been healing. To me, it was consistent with a what we call knife slippage. A lot of times, if someone's holding a knife and they protrude it into something, or if it were to be pulled away, essentially, a lot of times the knife is pulled out or they slip across, and you get a small cut there. The only other indication of potential injuries to Mr. Chen that we observed in the documentation when we took photographs is he had little tiny minor cuts on the tops of his feet, which we did document because typically on the tops of your feet, it's not a normal place to injure something. Typically, if you injuries on your feet, you step on something, you're running into it. There were small injuries, but no physical bruises. To my knowledge, no major trauma or anything like that, other than the palm and the top.
It's a long question, but might be very simple answer. Based on your experience as a homicide investigator and Blue Star and floor stains, could you determine the exact location in a specific room that appeared to be where a murder occurred?
Yes. In this specific case, there has been pictures of Blue Star that have been shown. There have been pictures of the apartment. There's been pictures of recovered evidence of blood in carpeted areas. Based on my investigation and the blood that we recovered, based on blood spatter, which blood spatter / cast off is what we like to call it. The first night that we executed that search warrant on November 27th into the 28th, I observed what appeared to be cast off with blood spatter. That to me is consistent with blunt force trauma or sharp force trauma. Sharp force is indicative of a knife or something sharp as an ice pick that's used to create the trauma. Blunt force is more consistent with the blunt style object, a bat, a hammer, and such. It was consistent on the wall as you would go into the door framed area of the bathroom. Up to the left-hand side, there were pieces of what we call cast off or blood spatter. It's different than transfer in terms of what we saw on the light switches where you can see smudging. We're on the floor where you can see smudging or the transfer. This is essentially, it's being either forced in terms of force tapping into an object and then it's pushed away, or as an object gets pulled away, it's slung into that direction. Based on my indication of where that blood was located inside that room, I believe the main portion of when the stab wounds occurred inside of that apartment would have been the victim lying in the tiled area of the bathroom, which is also indicative based on us collecting those tiles and seeing heavy soaking of blood that went from the top layer of tiles where we saw a little bit of blood. The blood also seeped under those tiles in several different rooms.
Can you redirect based on experience? Can you recross based on experience? Take your time.
sickened by it. Jason falls on his hands and knees to the bathroom, runs up. He lays there for minutes. And then goes back into the room and sees what he's done. And he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails. But more importantly, the shame that he's gonna bring on his face.
Gentleman in Detective Crawford's answer, he gave some factual information about what he saw regarding the cut on the Chen's hand and the factual observations that he made of where the blood was found and what condition it was in. However, he did give some opinions in that this witness has not been qualified as an expert in those types of matters. It requires expert testimony to give an opinion. So at this point, you may utilize the factual answers that the witness gave regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and where the blood was that he saw in the bathroom, as far as his opinion about where it happened and how it happened and how the cut got Mr. Chen's hand. You're to disregard that testimony. Okay. Any redirect or recross?
Investigator Crawford, you had mentioned Blue Star reagent being on the walls. Was that in the bathroom that you're claiming that you saw this?
The Blue Star,
Yes.
what I identified to them was physical blood samples that were photographed and documented prior to the Blue Star.
So in the exhibits that we've seen previously, is it fair to say that it has been shown in the bathroom floor, the bathroom sink, but we've not seen any photographs of anything on the walls, correct?
Yes.
And you've mentioned that reagent showing up in the bathroom area. Are you indicating that you don't believe anything happened in the bedroom?
The question was asked where I believe the incident occurred. My belief is that based on the blood, obviously a body was put into that room based on the heavy blood loss that was there. But I believe that the assault began or occurred inside of the bathroom.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
No questions for the solicitor. Let's get it across. Our next witness.
Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it. They were in conference.
This neighbor called Doug Lynch to the scene. DVD, Your Honor, if it's not already connected.
It sounds sort of broken. That's what we're about to do. Hopefully, themselves.
Mr. Lynch, thank you for being here. Can you state your full name for the court's record?
Douglas Lynch,
Okay, and Mr. Lynch, are you from Chattanooga?
for the last 4 years.
Okay, do you have a family?
Yes, we do.
Did you live in Chattanooga in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury where you lived in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We lived at 110 Tremont in apartment 100.
Okay, so 110 Tremont is an apartment building,
Yes, ma'am.
and is you said apartment 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been on the first floor of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury's already seen the apartment building, from Google Maps. Could you describe, if you're on Tremont Street looking at the building, could you describe where your, apartment was?
Yeah, so when you come on the street, Tremont Street, we're kind of right on the corner. It's almost underground a little bit. It's right next to the place where you park on the other side, where it says, do not park 417 right here.
Okay, and is there a door to the outside close, was there a door to the outside close to your apartment door?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, so depending on where you come in from the apartment, so if you came in the front door, you would, where the steps go down, you would go straight, and then to the right, and you find our apartment. And then there's a door that goes out to the side where everyone will park. And so if you exit out of our apartment, it's immediately to the right,
The door to the outside parking lot.
the parking lot.
Okay, and on your, apartment door in November of 2022, did you have a ring camera or any type of camera that would capture what was happening outside of your door?
Yes, ma'am, had a ring camera.
Okay, and how long had you had that ring camera, on in November 2022?
That is a good question. We got it for another circumstance, but probably 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly when I bought it.
Okay, and what was your first knowledge of the Jason Chen and, victim Jasmine Pace case?
It was with Miss Katrina Bean came to our ring camera and asked the
Okay, so while we are in the lunch break here, we were showing you some of the important testimony from yesterday in case you missed it. That was opening statements that we just showed you. Now we're going to show you a walk through the crime scene. The CPD investigator, Zach Crawford. This was from yesterday's evidence. Of course, Crawford still testifying today, but this is some of the crime scene photos
And,
and
did you
evidence
speak with her
that
about the
was
ring camera
placed on
footage?
the record.
Yeah, we started talking about the ring camera. I hadn't been able to look through the footage yet, so I started going through everything that I could find.
Okay, did she ask you if you knew Jason Chen?
That's a great question. I'm sure she probably asked me that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember? Were you able to show her video footage from November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point later, did the Chattanooga Police Department also inquire with you about your ring camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, they did. I spoke with Mr. Crawford, and gave him the video where I could find.
On the initial intro, and did you know when you were living in your apartment who Jason Chen was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how was that?
We had interacted a couple times. So in the hallway, when he first actually moved into the apartment complex, he came to the back area where the dumpsters are. It's kind of like a loading dock area. And I was at the mailboxes, and he was wondering where the mailboxes were, so I showed him the mailboxes when he first moved in. And then there were just other scenarios. I would say maybe once a month we would kind of interact in the hallway in passing. And we actually saw him, me, my wife, and my kids were doing a stroller ride because our baby boy had just been born about 2 weeks earlier. And we had gone for a walk on the bridge, and we came home on the 22nd, and he was loading up his car. And exchanged conversation.
Okay, so you had seen him and spoke with him on multiple occasions. Did he ever park his vehicle in the parking lot to you're facing the building to the right, that the parking lot that door would have led out to?
Yes, ma'am, that's where his, car was when we saw him on the 22nd.
Did he often park out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he had?
Yes, it was the dark gray Toyota.
Do you recall how many videos you turned over to the Chattanooga Police Department?
We were around 6, and there were others that, Mr. Weiss asked for.
Okay, Mr. Weiss came to see you.
No, he actually sent a personal investigator to our home that was super aggressive and maybe a subpoena and he got the videos.
Okay, so you turned 6 over to the Chattanooga Police Department that they had identified and needed for their investigation. Have you, I'm gonna let you look at that jump drive. Have you seen that jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say Lynch on one side?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those your initials on the other? What is on this jump drive?
The 6 videos.
Are these an accurate representation of the videos from your Ring camera as they looked in November of 2022?
And,
There are 6 videos that I don't know how you want me to verify those.
It's all one, it'll all be presented.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lynch, you'll be looking at.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part
So
is
before we play this video, can you tell the jury sort of where we're at right here from the camera's viewpoint?
yes, ma'am. So, this is where, on the left, is our little reef, and we're looking out, in front of our apartment door. And then to the right is where, you can exit into the parking lot.
And are all of the dates and times that we're gonna see on these videos accurate?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Investigator Robert, you were who employee who are,
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That's Jason Chen.
Okay, then again, on same day, 11/11. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. Jason Chen.
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That was Jason Chen.
Okay, now we can move to the next day. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. That was Mr. Chen.
And did you recognize a black backpack that he was carrying?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a black backpack before?
From what I can remember, I can't remember if he wore the backpack often. I can only remember from this video.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, now we're at 11/23/2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the time would be correct, so, I hate military time, but is that 8:26?
That is 8/26.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. In this video, even though his face is covered and he's got a hat on and a hood up, are you able to recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing was the hat for me.
You had seen that hat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then this is 11/24/2022. Who do you recognize that person to be?
That's Mr. Chen.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to 11/23. I wanna ask you one more question. Does it appear that one of Mr. Chen's hands is covered in that video?
Yes, it does.
Nothing further from this witness, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lynch. First off, let me say, if one of my staff was aggressive with you, I apologize. You understand that?
Thank you.
Prior to coming to today's trial, did you meet with the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor? Yes. Sorry.
It's
This is new to me.
Same. How many times did you meet with them?
Once.
And did you review what your testimony would be here today?
Yes.
Did they have to remind you of my name?
No.
I want to ask you about where you were living at the time. The apartments, do you know who built those apartments?
I'm guessing Mr. Wise.
No relation?
I see.
Okay.
I like you.
Were those well-made apartments?
They were decent.
Were they big?
Cost effective.
Cost effective? Were they large or small?
The one we had was a good size for us.
You know how many square feet yours was?
1,000.
And then there were other apartments that were smaller?
Yes.
Do you know what the size of Jason's apartment would have been?
Somewhere in the 500 to 600s.
Are the walls thin?
Yes. And you can hear everything, especially on our floor with concrete.
So you're on the bottom floor. And because you're on the end, that means you only have one person next to you?
There was no one next to us.
Okay, so you never heard sounds coming from that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. But there was people above you
Yes, sir.
and you could hear them?
Somehow.
You said you saw Jason on the 22nd?
Yes.
What time did you see Jason on the 22nd?
It was probably 5 or 6 p.m.
You provided a bunch of your Ring cameras to the state?
Yes.
And you also gave them to me, right?
Mhm.
And you provided all the Ring camera videos that you had?
Yes.
On the night of November 22nd, or in the early mornings of November 23rd, did you hear anything coming from Jason's apartment?
No, our son was 2 weeks old. We had 3 sound machines throughout the apartment.
Those don't go away either.
Yeah.
You said you had interactions with Jason.
Yes.
Were you two friends?
I wouldn't say friends. I would say we met in the hallway and passing.
Neighbors?
He lived on the second floor. I lived on the first.
But you never had any issues with
No.
him?
Mr. Lynch, you said that when you saw him on 11/22 to go 22, he was packing stuff in his car. Can you describe that in any more detail?
It's very fuzzy. I can't really remember what he was doing. I just know he was putting things into his car. The reason I remember it is as I was going down the street, he said, "Hey, you're looking fresh," and that's what made me think or remember the situation. But that's it.
Nothing further, Judge.
Just so I understand, that was paying you a compliment?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch, you may step down. Thank you.
Regional Court.
State will call Detective Stephen Bulkley to the stand.
I swear.
Detective Bulkley, will you state your full name for the court's record? You've been through this before.
Detective Stephen Bolton, badge number 251, Police Department,
And how long have you worked with the Chattanooga Police Department?
13 years.
What is your current role at the police department?
I'm a homicide investigator, Violent Crimes Bureau.
And what did you do before that?
Prior to that, I was a field training officer for 4 years, and a patrol officer prior to that for approximately 8 years total.
So when did you begin your career in the homicide division?
In April of 2020.
Okay, so going on 5 years. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation into Jason Chen?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that involvement was initially?
Sure. So my understanding is that the homicide division was notified of the case possibly on November 27th of 22. I responded the morning of the 28th to assist Detective Crawford, who was assigned to work the case. At the time, it was established to be a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances, and so we were working it as a potential homicide. As a teammate, we routinely respond to assist each other with investigations, and so I responded for that reason.
Would you say this investigation was an all hands on deck approach?
Yes, I would say so.
Were you involved in the drafting of any search warrants in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
The first search warrant that I wrote was a T-Mobile phone records search warrant for the defendant's phone records, Jason Chen.
Did you issue that search warrant to T-Mobile for Mr. Chen's phone records?
Yes, ma'am, I obtained that on the 28th, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the 28th of November 22.
You got it the same day?
I obtained it, I swore it out in front of the magistrate, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the same day, the 28th of November 22.
And were they able to return Mr. Chen's records to you?
So I did not obtain the records until the morning of December 1st of 2022.
But you did in fact obtain Mr. Chen's phone records?
I did, yes.
I'm going to hand you 2 documents and a jump drive. You can inspect those documents. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What are they?
So this first document here, which says T-Mobile timing advance request form, I submitted this to T-Mobile the day after I submitted the initial search warrant, submitted on November 29th, 22. It is a T-Mobile requires a payment for receipt of certain records, in this case, timing advance records. The reason for that is because they consider it burdensome, and it requires a fair amount of work on the part of T-Mobile employees to produce that data. So they require payment for those particular records. So that in order to ensure that they are paid for their work, they require a law enforcement officer or agency to submit this form with a target who will pay, essentially.
Okay, and you filled that out.
I did.
Does it have Mr. Chen's phone number on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you read that phone number to the jury?
The phone number is 615-839-6880.
Okay, and then the next page, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Upon receiving the electronic records that I requested on December 1st, this came with the records. It's essentially an affidavit provided by the T-Mobile employee tasked with providing those records. And it is attesting, this employee is attesting under oath that the records that have been delivered are to their knowledge what I requested and what was ordered in that search warrant.
And is Mr. Chen's cell phone number also on that affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I've asked for these two documents, it is states next to the minutes.
34 numbers.
All right, and this jump drive? Have you seen that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the T-Mobile records that you received from T-Mobile related to Jason Chen's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that jump drive to show that it is those T-Mobile records on it?
I did.
Your Honor, I ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Okay. Based on phone records like this, is law enforcement able to go back and look at a subject's location data?
Oftentimes, yes.
And in this case, were these phone records used to determine Jason Chen's location on or around the week of November 22nd, 23rd, 2022?
They were.
And were you in communication with Investigator Crawford during this time period?
I was.
Were you keeping him up to date on what you were doing?
Absolutely.
Did you let him know that you got the T-Mobile records back from T-Mobile?
Within about 30 seconds.
And at that point in time, did you or he begin to look for the location data?
I immediately transmitted those records to Detective Crawford, and I may have, with Detective Crawford for sure, so that he could begin plugging those into the records processing, program that we just.
Okay. And at this point, to be clear, had Jasmine Pace been found?
No.
Okay. And based on those records, did Investigator Crawford instruct you or others to head towards a certain location?
We began to formulate a plan, yes, at that point, based on what he saw in those records.
Based on what he saw in those phone records, at some point, and I'll let you explain this to the jury, did you end up on Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process to the jury, that day, and who you were with?
Yes, ma'am. So when Detective Crawford and I believe Detective Jason Gunn also may have been working on this, when we plugged the phone records into CellHawk, which is the program that we commonly use for plotting location data and et cetera, there was a fair amount of location data on the 22nd to the 23rd that was of particular interest. I recall that the timing advance records, which are more precise, showed that Jason Chen's device traveled along Suck Creek Road on, I believe, on the 23rd, during the afternoon, perhaps in the evening. I believe there were maybe two, it showed up at two different times during that day along Suck Creek Road, in between, I think it's Signal Mountain Boulevard and Prentice Cooper on that stretch there, which parallels the river. We found that to be of interest, and we thought that would be a good place to search for Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone record showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar with having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded and found the space.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars. Again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off. And I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area. And I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel Gunn drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase is located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent. It sort of, it starts, it's narrow and then widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off. It's not 90 degrees, and it is covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure.
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base where just before the river.
Okay, and when you all noticed the suitcase, what did you proceed to do?
Well, we talked about it first as, all the detectives who were there. We talked about what to do. I think all of us felt there was a very good chance that we had found Jasmine Pace. But the suitcase was closed and we didn't know what was inside. So rather than assuming and calling all the cavalry And in finding that there was nothing of interest or value to the investigation inside, we decided to photograph the suitcase in place because I had disposable gloves in my pocket. I put those on and I pulled the suitcase up. I was able to reach down and pull the suitcase up to the level area where we were standing. And Detective Jason Chen documented that with video in case what we found in the suitcase was of evidentiary value. After that, I unzipped the suitcase to see what was inside. You want me to keep going?
Why don't you go ahead and keep going?
In my experience, both on patrol and investigations, I have often found discarded items, discarded suitcases and things like that. I have seen animals disposed of in suitcases and things like that. And so I didn't want to assume anything. We didn't want to assume anything. So when I unzipped the suitcase and saw a black trash bag inside, I was not able to identify the contents of that trash bag. So because I had gloves on, I placed my hand on various parts of that trash bag and its contents, and I could feel what was consistent with a human head, shoulders, and a torso. At that point, we were even more certain that we had found Jasmine Pace, but certainly that we had found a body.
So at that point, did you back off and call others?
At that point, we did not touch the suitcase or its contents anymore. We notified supervision, we notified our crime scene unit, and we notified the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. And we secured that scene until they were.
Did the Hamilton County Medical Examiner come to that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present when he was there?
I was.
You testified that one of the detectives' gun, there's two detective guns, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
2 ends.
One of the detective guns took a video of you when you were retrieving that suitcase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how heavy that suitcase was?
It took some effort to pull it up, so it wasn't beyond my ability, but it was heavy enough. It was substantial.
Okay, and have you seen that video since that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you seen the suitcase?
Yes.
It was on the number.
If I recall, that is video that Detective Jason Chen took when we were checking that suitcase, pulling it up and checking.
Are you depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate representation of what happened on that day in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I've asked that this be state's next exhibit. 137. Detective Oakley, I'm going to show you this video on the screen behind you.
Let me know if you need a hand to hold on to it. That would
Sir, that's you.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Oakley. Does this look like that suitcase?
That is consistent with it.
There we go, John.
Okay, the roll call. I'm gonna show you some photos. Just flip through them for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos. No, would you like this to be collected or individual? Okay. Okay. You recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Wolfley, you testified that you in fact opened the suitcase, didn't you?
I did.
To where you could see the entire contents, correct?
That's correct.
And that is when you reached down to feel what was inside of the black packages, the back package.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that you please, if there is 6 next to it. Yes, I'll go ahead and say that, so we don't lose it. Thank you, ma'am. All right, what's that number, Your Honor?
138.
And to be clear, is this what the scene looked like on that day when Miss Pace's body was found?
Yes.
Okay, the photos that you just looked at. One through 6. All right, I'm going to show you photo, it's been labeled 138-1. If you'll turn around. Given what you've already testified to, can you just again explain to the jury where we are standing in this photo?
This is taken from the gravel block area inside of 1600 block. And the drop off that I described is just beyond that suitcase.
Was this photo taken before you had pulled the suitcase out of there or after?
That photo was taken after the pull-up for that.
From the point of view of the camera, would we be close to the pull-off where the vehicles would have been?
Yes, I believe standing in the gravel area or just next to it.
Okay.
138-2. Now from this point of view, can you explain to the jury where we're at?
To the left of the gray suitcase, the ground drops off towards the river. To the right of the suitcase is the gravel parking area. And that's where those are our crime scene vehicles, which are parked parallel to Suckers Road.
Is this another view similar to 138-1, but this is 138-3, just another view of that suitcase next to the Tennessee River?
That's correct.
138-4, explain to the jury where we're at now. Now you can sort of see more of the road.
That's the gravel pull-off area, side of 1600 Suckers Road, which I described as narrower and getting wider and then tapering back again on the other side of the pull-off. And that's where we parked when we found Jasmine Pace.
138-5,
That's the black trash bag that I observed inside the suitcase, and that is the trash bag that I felt with my gloved hand when we were investigating.
and this is how it appeared when you opened the suitcase up.
That's correct.
And 138-6, is this what you saw when you opened the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, you testified to feeling what you believe was a human head.
That's correct.
Can you, based on your memory, which I know this was 2 years ago, can you let the jury know where you felt what you believed was the shoulders or a human head?
Yeah, I remember it very well. The left side of the photo is, that side is closer to the river. The right side is closer to the roadway where we park our vehicles. And I use my right hand to touch the right side of this trash bag, and that is where I felt the head and the shoulders here, in the bottom right-hand corner, the shoulders and torso.
Would this be the area you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions from this witness.
Investigator Bulkley, my name is Amanda Morrison. I have a few questions for you. When you went to the apartment on Tremont Street of Mr. Chen's, that was November 28th, correct?
Yes.
Had you had any involvement with the investigation up to or prior to going to the apartment for Mr. Chen?
No.
While you were there, did you conduct interviews with various neighbors?
I did.
And how many neighbors roughly did you speak with there at Tremont Apartments?
Approximately 5 or 6, I believe.
Were there some individuals that were not home?
Yes, I knocked on other doors and didn't answer.
And most of the interviews that you conducted were located to the second floor of this apartment complex, correct?
As I recall, all of the interviews I conducted with neighbors were on the second floor, I believe.
Did you get any information that was?
Objection, Your Honor. No report.
May I continue? Investigator Bulkley, on November 28th, the question I had asked was there are some individuals that did not answer when you knocked, correct? Have you conducted any interviews since November 28th with any persons at the Tremont Apartments?
I have not personally, no.
When you got the records from T-Mobile, did you review those?
I immediately sent them to Detective Crawford because it's his case and he is more knowledgeable in that area and he's a cell hawk. So I immediately sent them to him.
You were explaining earlier to the state what the contents were and what was received. Did it show call logs?
Yes, there were, there's call data and location data, standard things that would receive with phone records.
And were there text logs?
I don't want to, I don't recall. I know there were records listed consistent with call and text data, but because I did not analyze them at length myself, I cannot say with certainty all of what those records were.
What was the time frame of what you requested from T-Mobile?
I requested a time frame beginning the morning of November 21st of 2022 and ending approximately, I believe it was approximately maybe 17 or 1900 hours on 11/28/22. And the reason that I ended at that time is because I was preparing to go swear the warrant out, and I could only request up to the time that I was swearing that warrant out.
And at this point in time, at what time did you actually, let me slow down. What time did you actually swear out your search warrant for the mobile records?
The search warrant for Jason Chen's T-Mobile records was sworn out on the evening of the 28th. I would have to double check the time, but sometime certainly after 6 p.m. or 1800, I would have to verify, give you an exact time.
Were you present with the interview with the Pace family?
No, not that I recall. What interview or what date are you referring to? Because sometimes I may be in the office, I may have passed through. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My question is on November 27th, it's been testified that there has been an interview conducted at CPD. Were you present for that?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your first involvement is really when the search warrant is executed at Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes,
On November 28th.
On Tremont Street. I responded approximately 9:30, I believe.
So you get to the apartment that morning. Throughout the day, you're working on this case, correct?
Yes.
And then the evening, you swear out the T-Mobile search warrant.
That's correct.
Now, when did you receive the records back? Did you say December 1?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day was that?
It was, I believe, 9:09 a.m. It was shortly after 9 o'clock a.m. on December 1st, 22.
And did you immediately make Investigator Crawford aware of those records?
Yes, within a minute. I forwarded them to his email.
So is it fair to say that you had the phone records prior to Ms. Pace's body being recovered on the banks of Sudbury?
I had those phone records in hand prior to, yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you respond to Sudbury?
It was approximately 1 p.m. or 1300 hours, so sometime after that.
Other than you, the Gunn brothers, Investigator Cottrell, and Investigator King, do you recall anyone else from homicide being present with you?
At the time of locating Ms. Pace's body,
Yes.
those are the only people I can recall being present when we found the suitcase, found her body. Other investigators and civilian employees responded after that point.
Now the Mr. Chen's phone records, is that something separate than what would be received through Cellebrite? What you received from T-Mobile?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so, Cellebrite,
Right, yeah.
that is separate from what you've received through T-Mobile, correct?
That's correct. Cellbrite is a program through which we can look at phone downloads. One of the things that Cellbrite does is enables us to view the contents of an actual device, physical device, like a cell phone. That had nothing to do with my search warrant. I submitted a search warrant for phone records, electronic data.
Okay, and so that would be something for the benefit of the jury. If what you're requesting is separate than what a forensic download would be, correct?
That's correct.
Were you present for a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
No,
Do you know who did the forensic download?
I don't.
Can we have one?
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, no.
Does the jury have any questions for the culprit?
Any others?
Council Pruitt? One of your questions will be answered through another witness, the one about fingerprints or DNA found on the trash bags of the victim's body. All right, Detective, the jury has a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir. If you could listen to the question and answer facing it. Yes, sir. And can the jury see the picture of the T-Mobile phone records that identify Jason Chen being near the Sutter Creek Road? Another witness will testify to that. Leads you one question. When you got out of the riverbank, how long did it take you to find the suitcase?
So we pulled our cars over on the gravel pull off that you saw pictured. And we got out of our cars, and within 1 minute, literally within 1 minute, but I would estimate even closer to 30 seconds, one of our investigators observed that suitcase and brought it to the rest of our attention.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Can you recross based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
I'll just take the vote with me, sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the point where the next witness will take a substantial amount of time. Rather than start and stop at 5:35, we're going to take our evening break. So, take them back to the hotel. Again, as always, I must give you the admonition not to talk about the case among yourselves, not let yourself exposed to be exposed to any media. I believe, well, when we get our last case yesterday passed or moved over to another division. So this is the only thing remaining on tomorrow's docket. The parties be ready to go at 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna have you back a little earlier tomorrow since this is the only thing. So we're also have you back at 8:30, 8:45, and bring you back in at 9 a.m. to start the trial. Thank you. Any matters need to be brought up before we adjourn the meeting?
Okay, so you just heard court wrap up for the day from the Hamilton County courtroom and the second day of the Jason Chen murder trial. We will have our crews from inside the courtroom and our legal analyst, Bill Speak, to join us in just a second. But first, let's go over some of the things that we learned today. Let's look here as we walk through a few of the things that we learned this afternoon. Really, some of the biggest testimony was about this, some hard to watch evidence there of the CPD investigator who said that he was there when they found the suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body. This is off of Suck Creek Road. And interesting as they talked about how they were led to this specific location. They got a search warrant for Jason Chen's records, cell phone records, and they saw that he went back and forth on Suck Creek Road on November 23rd. Now that is the day after that Jasmine was last seen. And so as that was happening, several times they said they saw him drive on Suck Creek Road. So they thought we're going to go and search here. And also interesting to hear that when the investigator got out of their car at like the first little pull off on Suck Creek Road, it only took them a minute to find that suitcase in the overgrowth there that was to contain Jasmine Pace's body. We do have a little bit of that specific testimony, so let's see if we can listen to that now.
That would be a good place to search for Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone records show that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded to this case.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn, when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Sub Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Sub Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Sub Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars, again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off, and I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area, and I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel Gunn drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Sub Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase is located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent, it sort of, it's narrow and it widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off, it's not 90 degrees, and it was covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure. Is that?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and, sandy, rocky area at the base where just before the river.
Okay.
I'm going to pause him there. That's CPD investigator Steve Bulkley. I'm going to bring in News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum. She has joined us now. Mary Beth, we are re-listening to some of the testimony there of the investigator who found the suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body. And I know that you noticed some things about the family members in the courtroom as this testimony was going on. Help us understand what was happening in the courtroom during that part.
Right, Latricia. Well, right before the video played of them recovering that suitcase, I did notice several members of Jasmine Pace's family exiting the courtroom. I noticed Katrina Bean leaving, as well as Travis Pace. Both of them just, I truly can't imagine. This is the outcome that none of her family wanted. And, today in court, that was something that they sort of had to go through again. And you could really see the level of emotion that video brought to the courtroom, not just for her parents, but also for her friends and extended family there.
And what about Jason Chen? I know that you're facing his back most of the time. He's facing the front of the courtroom, and then the courtroom seating is behind him. Have we seen him give any sort of indication of emotion at all?
Now, I haven't seen his face directly myself, given where I'm sat in the courtroom, but I have noticed during the videos of the ring camera footage, I noticed that Mr. Chen had his head down for that. It was bowed. And then also it seemed like that suitcase video, again, he did have his head bowed. And as he was exiting the courtroom today, I did notice a very solemn look on his face. He did turn around to where I could see that, and it was very, very still, his face was.
Yes. Bill Speak is joining us now. Bill, we're going to add you in here as well. Thanks for your time again today.
Absolutely.
We were just going through some of the testimony of the investigator that found Jasmine Pace's body inside that suitcase, all because of those cell phone records. And Bill, as you and I have spoken, cell phone records becoming a big part of this case.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this case is kind of defining the terms by which the jury is going to have to decide. And that's going to be whether or not this was a premeditated act or whether this was an act done in some sort of excited circumstance. And there was a lot of planning in the cover up of it. The cell phones and all of those issues that lead to what the mindset of Mr. Chen was at the time of this happening and shortly before and shortly after are all going to be used in argument to make either side's persuasive argument at the end of the trial and closing arguments.
Mary Beth, as we've seen today, just a ton of testimony about evidence. Does the jury seem to be just locked into this and paying close attention to everything? Are they taking notes? What does their demeanor seem to be like?
Absolutely, yes. I don't believe I saw a single juror without a notepad in the jury box. And also, one thing that Judge Boyd Patterson said, he actually commended the jury for the insightful questions that they had been asking. And he did say that he will later explain why he likes to ask the jury, why he likes to allow the jury to ask questions in trials. But he did take a moment to really thank them for taking this as serious as he would like them to.
All right, Mary Beth, thanks so much for your insight from inside the courtroom. You're a great asset as you've been there for us today and yesterday. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Bill, I did want to ask you, how common is it for judges to allow jurors to directly ask questions of the witnesses?
Extremely uncommon. It's allowed by law. I've been practicing law and doing criminal trial work for 25 years. Judge Patterson will be the first judge that I've been in front of that actually does that. It is allowed by law, and it is insightful. It does give you an idea of where the jury is thinking, where their questions are. So many times as lawyers, we're anticipating what is the important issue for a juror to make a decision on. Many times we're wrong because we can't read people's minds. When you allow jurors to ask questions, you start to get an idea of where their thinking is. I thought it was extremely important and insightful when the jurors were asking questions about the wine bottle and whether there were broken glass. If you recall from the opening statement, there's a theory that the defense is going to put forward that this was a result of some sort of a disagreement that escalated, and it involved breaking a wine bottle and using it and threatening it. And it sounds to the jury didn't forget that opening statement, and obviously was asking questions to confirm or to answer any questions they had regarding any wine bottle that was there, whether there was evidence of it. I think that was very insightful as to where at least those particular jurors are thinking. Keep in mind, these questions come from individual jurors, not from the jury as a whole. So you might have one particular person thinking a certain way, and that's indicative of the questions that's asked. But that doesn't mean the whole jury is on the same mindset.
And one of the other things that we wouldn't have known, at least yet, at least this point, because you don't know what is going to come up, when they call more witnesses later, is the defensive wound, or what the homicide investigator, not defensive wound, excuse me, the wound on Jason Chen's hand, and what kind of wound it was, and if he had any wounds. And once they opened up that question, the homicide investigator was able to give his opinion that it was a knife slippage wound from so many stabbings when that amount of blood happens, which we haven't heard anything about that yet. So that is another fact that was introduced just by a juror's question.
Yes, and you know, obviously the defense will have to respond to that in some way. The defense may have an expert that actually has looked at the wound at the time, made an opinion on it, and formed some opinion other than that. But allowing the officer to make a, you know, almost medical finding like that certainly is going to be impactful to the jury. You know, again, a lot of the evidence that's coming in right now is establishing what the state needs to in terms of that there was a homicide, that it did occur here in Hamilton County. It's sensational, but a lot of that stuff that's coming in right now is stuff that the state is, you know, obviously burdened with doing, and they're doing a good job of. The fight is still ahead. The medical examiner is going to be extremely important in this case. The medical examiner is going to have expert opinions on injuries and may have an opinion on whether it's post-mortem or pre-mortem. And those will be extremely important answers for the jury to hear.
One issue I really want to get your insight in is the items in front of this dumpster. So the state, in their part, when they had Investigator Crawford on the stand, introduced this picture. It's a dumpster outside of Jason Chen's apartment on the North Shore. And they showed some more closer up views here of these pants that you see and these shoes, saying these were found outside the dumpster and they appear to have blood on them. And at that point, it was kind of left. They did say these shoes that you see, Jason Chen was seen in a surveillance picture wearing similar shoes. So later, when cross-examination begins, the defense asks, did you send those off for testing? Did they show any blood of Jasmine Pace? And the investigator said, we don't have testing from these items. Why would the prosecution show this picture and put these items up that they say appear to have blood if they aren't sure that it was Jasmine Pace's blood, because they don't have the findings from the crime lab?
Yeah, there's a theory that the state is going to be operating with that may not be fully revealed at this point. You know, the state came into this trial having to show that there was a homicide that took place at this location. You know, to establish that, they weren't sure that the defense was going to come out and admit that he was involved in the slaying. So, you know, they were going to have to establish a homicide at this location, and showing things like this would have been in their plan to establish that the homicide took place here. The dumpster, here's some what looks like bloody clothes. And, you know, obviously the defense did an effective job of cross-examining. If it is going to be purported to be part of evidence in the trial or in your case in chief, then there ought to be testing to corroborate it. And so the, you know, state not testing it may have been a slip, but at the end of the day, we understand there's a killing. We understand that he took extensive measures to cover it up. We're going to keep reverting back and looking for little pieces of evidence that show planning and motive and things like that prior to the killing. That's what this case will hinge on. Some of this stuff is bulk evidence on things that the jury is already well aware of, that she was killed by him at that location.
Good point there. And then this is another thing that came from a juror question. They said, are you sure those are Jason Chen's shoes, or what size are those shoes? And they put up these two pictures, one from the surveillance video, one from the picture of the shoe by the dumpster, showing they were similar, but again, they weren't tested to be exactly the same shoe. And he said, you know, we didn't send those off for testing. So
and not every little piece of evidence is important, but what the defense does in a situation like this is try to poke little holes into the investigation to show some question that maybe the investigation could have been handled better. And that opens up argument down the road for more important things that you want to get in front of the jury.
The next thing I want to talk to you about here is the timeline that they kind of established today. So they showed lots of different surveillance footage. This is the first picture that they showed. Jasmine, what they believe was Jasmine Pace driving her car and pulling into Chen's apartment complex on the 22nd late evening. And then after a few other things, they show him, this is him at the Walgreens the next day, 7:03 p.m. Yep, buying those Bounty paper towels you can see in that top left picture there.
Yep.
And then as you get here, I'm going to pull that banner down so we can see. There we go. And then this is where it gets even more interesting, seeing Pace's car, or a car they kept calling it that looked similar to Pace's, leaving Chen's apartment complex on the 23rd at 8:30 p.m. And they kept pointing to who's driving the car. It's someone in a light hoodie. So again, they can't definitively say, right, this is Jason Chen. They're just putting these two little pieces out there for the jury. And then this one, vehicle matching Paces at the Signal View condos at 8:41 p.m. This is where her family later found her car. And then 9:01, a person in a hoodie dropped off at Chen's apartment complex. You can see that light hoodie there. Yeah. And then when you get to the next line of questioning, here's a picture of him on that same day wearing a light colored hoodie. So, like you said, little pieces that they can't come out and prove, but is this just planting it in the juror's mind to have them make that next step? Is that kind of how the prosecution thinks about when they're going to lay out these pieces of evidence?
Certainly. And as you know, the prosecution is going to put these pieces together and use it as persuasive argument. There's something called circumstantial evidence, right? Direct evidence is evidence you can, test and see. And as on video, circumstantial evidence is something that can be inferred. And so what they're arguing here is basically look at the timeline, look at the actions of the vehicle, look at the picture of him, that same day with a light. We're inferring that it's him, and that's allowed, right? And so what they're doing is they're basically giving a timeline of action to the jury. Now, is it absolutely positive that it has to be him? That's not even where they're going. They're saying this all fits in connection with the theory of our case, that he killed her and now he's trying to cover it up. Here he's trying to hide the car, and that's circumstantial evidence of it. It's persuasive, and it'll be argued well by the state.
And I want to ask you one last question before I let you go here. So they talked a lot today with this Zach Crawford investigator, and this is something that we heard in the previous hearings. An idea that he brought up at a hearing where they said, if you had to botch an investigation to save a life, would you? And he said yes. And the defense harped on that a lot about, making sure, were there mistakes in this investigation? And, he said, there are mistakes in every investigation. Were there a lot of mistakes in this investigation? No, not a lot. So this idea that finding her, they were going to do what they had to do, even if it meant later they had to go back and answer some questions about how they did it. Is that pretty common in a missing persons case when you see the investigators put life ahead of these small steps they're supposed to follow?
Crawford's a good investigator. I've had him on many, many cases, and he's right about one thing. There is no perfect investigation. Certainly there's mistakes that are made. There's mistakes in judgment. Some mistakes are enormous, right? And that can be taken advantage of by the defense. Some is just in the routine, the enormity and the documentation that they go through. Sometimes something gets slipped up. And like I said, I've had him on many cases. He's a good investigator, and he's right about that. Would you save a life would you ruin an investigation to save a life? I would interpret that as, he would save that life and not worry about protocol if it meant saving a life. And I think most people could relate to that. Now, you could interpret it another way. I know probably what he meant. And so I understand that statement. He's right. There is no perfect investigation.
Under a microscope in these trials, every step those investigators took, and that's what you see in the line of questioning and then the cross-examination here. Bill, thanks so much. We covered a lot of ground today, and we'll be back tomorrow when they call some more investigators to the stand and maybe the medical examiner. So we'll see if that plays out tomorrow.
We look forward to it then. Okay.
Thanks, Bill, so much. We're going to wrap up our coverage here on day 2 of the Jason Chen murder trial. I do want to show you, we have lots of background and different things that you can go and look for if you're interested in more of the testimony from the very beginning of this trial. This is our News Channel 9 YouTube page. We have lots of the testimony put together in little snippets, both by person and by subject matter. You can see there. Here's a video. Surveillance footage reveals where Jason Chen went in the day after Jasmine Pace was last seen. We also have the opening statements from yesterday, a detailed look at the crime scene, and some of the details from Katrina being Jasmine Pace's mother, as she was the first to testify. So more information there if you're not done looking into this case yet. We will join you back here tomorrow just before 9 a.m. as court resumes for day 3. For now, thanks so much for joining us in the News Channel 9 Stream Center and our coverage of the murder of Jasmine Pace.